Hi,
Hello?
Vincent. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I just signed up for ketamine treatment for depression. I can't believe they have at-home ketamine treatments now and it's over the phone. Can you believe that shit?
Oh, sorry, what treatment is this you're talking about?
Ketamine.
Oh, is it, I thought, is that legal?
Yeah, I don't know how it's legal, but it's fucking legal.
Oh, but do people die from it?
No, it's low dosage. It's not like I'm getting like fucking high out of my mind on ketamine, but like I guess it's enough to make you a little bit high.
So what is it supposed to do?
It's supposed to alleviate your depression.
By, so it's a psychotropic drug.
Yeah, of course, it's a drug. People get high on it. People take it in clubs to get fucked up.
And have you tried it before?
No,
Why are you depressed?
I'm always depressed because I have biochemical depression from my mother. My mother was constantly depressed, and so I inherited it from her.
Is she depressed now?
Um, 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 maybe not as depressed as she used to be. No,
So
um,
her religion has helped her.
yes, but she still has. She's not like, Miss Lively. And no, she has depression. Mm, she has depression. She can just manage it now. But I don't want to be depressed and manage it. Like, I don't want, like, people who have depression and they manage their depression. Who the fucking wants to live like that? Like, oh, I manage my depression. That means you're just dealing with it. That means that you're depressed, but you're not killing yourself. Like you need a little bit more than that in life. It needs to be more than just managing your depression. That's really not a life well spent if you're depressed your whole life and you're just like leaning on your religion in order to make you not kill yourself. That's kind of like not what I
Well,
want.
maybe
I don't
that's
want.
enough.
No,
Well, you
that's
can't
just
be
not
happy
want.
all the
Just
time.
just not killing yourself is not a life worth living. Just because you didn't kill yourself doesn't mean your life is worth it. You know what I mean?
Well, who's
You
to
know,
say whether your life is worth it?
you, the
Just
person, the
you?
person.
Well, maybe people who might be upset if you
Well, I don't care
went
about
away.
people like that. I don't care.
Well, maybe
I if
people you
anyone
care about.
if any of my friends committed suicide, I wouldn't be angry with them. I wouldn't be like, "Oh, how selfish," like everyone says. I would be upset. Well,
Okay,
not
what if your
upset.
husband did it? What if your husband did it?
Well, that would be too bad for me. But if he was that unhappy with his life and he did it, then I wouldn't be angry at him for it.
Wouldn't
I would
you?
no, I would just, say
Well, it
that
would be an insult to you, wouldn't it?
no, not
Then
really.
you weren't enough to make him happy.
Well, no one else is enough to make me happy, so I'm not going to go around blaming people because I don't make them happy enough. I'm not going to throw that on people. You know what I mean?
So
Be like,
what
well,
would make you happy?
I didn't make you happy. Well, maybe this ketamine will. I do believe a lot in brain chemistry. I'm not, I believe a lot in brain chemistry, and I believe a lot of people, if, a lot of people, it does help them. People microdose on mushrooms now, and it, helps them out.
Okay, so when you're depressed, I mean, is it like, is there something that you're depressed about?
Well, I'm depressed about everything that's going on in the world, but lots of people see what's going on in the world and go to get depressed. Well, they've shown that soldiers, there's a genetic component, there's a brain chemistry component to why certain soldiers get PTSD and certain ones don't. The soldiers who don't get PTSD have genes that generate brain tissue or whatever it was, brain neurons or something faster than people who get PTSD. That's why two people can go to war and one can be fucked up and one will be absolutely fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, and these things need to, this is why you
Would
need
you
a,
say, all things being equal, okay, I mean, you, in your example, two men go to war, they see the same horrible things, and one of them suffers PTSD and the other doesn't. Do you think, on the balance of probability, um, the one suffering from PTSD would be atheist or
no, no, there's
theist?
plenty of people who believe in God that get very fucked up by war. I don't think that's it. I mean, I think that it's brain chemistry. No, it's genetic. They proved it's genetic.
How
This
can
is
they
not,
prove? How can they prove
because
such a thing?
they have the genes for neural regenerating, their neurons regenerate faster. It damages repaired faster in people who don't have PTSD. They've shown that. They just they're fortunate, and this is why everything is about breeding. If you breed people that don't have brain regeneration capacity, that doesn't generate and repair itself very quickly, you're going to have a bunch of depressed people. You know what I mean?
Okay. My theory is that um, people who believe in God would be less depressed,
Well,
less likely to suffer from.
that's only because they're generally probably less intelligent and less
Okay, well, I
concerned.
mean, maybe you have to take your choice. I don't think
I
Jews
think
are
yes, but I
stupid.
think there's a certain look. If you just wake up every day and you say God loves me, of course you're going to be less depressed. But there's certain people that just can't do that. I mean, I don't know who God is. I don't know what He wants. I don't know that He loves me or He
Look,
doesn't love me.
I mean, why are you pretending you don't know? Of course, you won't be, personally, you won't have personally encountered God, but even atheists sort of know what is all supposed to be like. Nobody claims that they met God and He appeared
Yeah, but there's
before them
all
and
different
blah blah.
kinds of gods, and that's what
No, no,
whenever
there's only one
okay, like
Abrahamic
whenever I
God.
think about
I don't
going,
know why we all there's only one worth worshipping if you're going to be worshipping a god, and that would be the most powerful god conceivable. Why are you pretending it's
well, no,
Vishnu or Shiva or whatever it is
well,
that
because well, but then
it's wrong?
which sect of Islam though is the right one? Is it Shia or is it Sunni? Like that's what stops me
No,
from returning to
yeah,
God, because
yeah,
every time I ever think about returning to God, I'm like, okay, is it Jehovah's Witnesses? Is it Islam? Is it Noahidism? Like there's just so many like people that say it's their way, and that's why I never
no,
get back involved
I'm
in
not
it.
even saying that. I'm not even saying why don't you do that. I'm just saying let's focus on just the God. I know there are many competing routes to the Abrahamic God, but there is only one Abrahamic God. So why are you pretending it's some hard, impossible thing? Like,
Well,
I
no, but
don't
I
even
don't
know. So
necessarily
you don't have
believe
to meet God.
I don't necessarily believe that the Abrahamic God is the one true God, and we've already talked about this.
No, 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 no. Forget it. We're just
Look, Mormons don't need an
hypothesizing.
all-powerful God, and they're doing just
But you
fine. I
say
mean,
you're depressed.
I know, but I don't need. It doesn't matter if my God is materialistic or immaterialistic. If I have a God, my
What? This is a complete. This materialistic, immaterialistic. No. That's silly because nobody will know whether God exists until they're dead, and if He doesn't exist, not even then. So I acknowledge the difficulties. We don't know, but basically, if okay, the other day I was reading to you um, the Wikipedia summary of Yuval Harari's *Sapiens*. Yes, and he was talking about the imagination, abstract ideas, people making up stories and behaving as if they believed in them. That is basically, the story of a religion, right? I mean, the whole idea is we want to believe that somebody loves us, that is eternal and supreme and morally perfect, and he will punish evil and reward good. in this life or the next.
Well, that's if
And
you believe in that, yes, your life is going to be very easy. You know what I mean? This
no,
is
it's
like,
not going to be easy. I,
yes, it
I,
is.
I
Your
am
life will be
really
much
saying that
easier if
people
you
who
think
believe in
everything
God.
is so assured like that. And like, God, look,
Okay, so what's
this is
wrong
what
with
if you look.
hypothesizing?
If I have a locked, closed room and half of the people believe that there's something good in that room that's going to make their lives better, and at the end of their life, everything will be fine, and the other ones just say, I don't know what the fuck is in that room, who do you think is going to be happier? Look, okay, let's say that you put everyone in one room and it's really bad, it's really hot, it's really disgusting, it smells bad, it's overcrowded, all these horrible things, and there's another locked room, and half of the people in there believe, well, that one day that door's going to open and God's going to come out and everything's going to be fine. And other people say, I don't know what the fuck is behind that door, and I'm not believing that it's all just going to be fine in the end. Yes, of course, the religious people will be more happy. Of course, I mean, but stupid people are more happy. And people like there's people who don't believe in Allah that believe in like some Scientology that are happy. I mean, it doesn't matter which God you choose. It doesn't matter. Do you know that
Yes,
actually
it
no?
does
Did
matter
you know?
because
No,
if God
statistically,
exists, then it matters which one you choose,
okay,
right?
statistically, Hindus are the most happy religion on earth, and it's because they meditate until they don't care anymore.
Okay, it
Or,
doesn't look like it from the way they live.
okay, well
And nobody envies them and wants to be a
they
Hindu.
report being the happiest, and I'm telling you, it's because and
Okay, we
Buddhists
don't
are
know.
happy. Yeah, well, Buddhists are happy too because they just
Well, no,
meditate away
it's
their
ridiculous.
problems.
We can't measure. There is no objective measure of
Okay, well, they
happiness.
probably report less depression than Muslims do.
Because they don't even think to report their depression. They
No,
don't,
this is
you know,
studies. People ask them questions. I mean, in surveys,
that.
in surveys, Muslims are not the happiest religious group. They're
No,
not.
no. I mean, can't you see all the lies of Western propaganda popping up again?
No, but I don't think Muslims are the happiest religion on earth.
I'm
I
not
don't.
saying get happiness. I'm not even talking about happiness. I'm not okay. People can't quite believe that I'm agnostic, but I'm saying I am agnostic, and I'm saying that somebody actually complained that he didn't like my political. Uh, what was he saying? He didn't like the way I chose religion because of purely political reasons. And I thought, well, why wouldn't I, as an agnostic, just use religion for the purpose that it was meant to be instead of, ooh, does God exist? Does he not? Whatever. No. I mean, it's so obvious what these rules are for. So whether you like Jews or not, they uh, they have a scripture talking about the most powerful being conceivable. And so they kind of get the credit for it, even though Muslims say actually, Abraham was Muslim and all that jazz. But that doesn't matter. The point is that the organized religions have civilizations and empires that are more enduring and more expansive than the empires of the Eastern religions. So
Well,
for
I mean,
purely
yes,
political
but
reasons,
now
okay,
this
you're saying you
started
don't
out as a
care about that.
discussion about
Are you really saying
depression.
you don't care
This
about
started
that?
out as a discussion about depression, and I'm telling you, lots of people cure their depression with Scientology. They're well known for getting lots of ex-drug addicts. Lots of people get off drugs with Scientology. I mean, if you
Okay, have
believe
you
in
tried
fucking
Scientology?
I went to Scientology, but I'm not believing in space aliens and stuff like that. I'm not believing in what they believe in. But if you believe that, yes, you're going to be happier. They have lots of programs to get you off drugs and get you off. They don't believe in taking any psychiatric medication. They don't believe in any of that, or recreational drugs or psychiatric medication. They say that psychiatric medication is really bad for you, that psychiatry is really bad.
Yes, well,
And
I would agree with them.
well, the thing is that all I'm saying is that you could choose any mumbo jumbo system, it'll make you happier.
Well, you want to travel light. You want to know that your happiness is real and not drug induced. Don't you want that?
Well, with ketamine, it's not. It does. The drug doesn't last in my system, and I don't stay on it forever. It's not like I'm going to be on ketamine for the rest of my life.
Well, okay, so you don't know. I mean, you don't know whether you're taking drugs for fun or because you really need it to manage your moods. So okay, I'm putting it to you, Vincent, that it would be better if you didn't feel you needed to manage your moods with drugs. And I
Yeah, well,
think you
I
would have
think
to
some people
agree.
do. I think some people
Okay,
do.
but
And
you maybe you don't maybe you'd like to maybe you aspire to be one of those people who don't need.
no, but I don't see anything wrong with being a person who has bad brain chemistry and wants to
Well,
try
why
a
do you want to use this? Okay,
well, because
so
it's
if I
true.
say to you,
I have
if I
long
say
term. There's hereditary depression in my family everywhere,
okay, and then
everywhere,
your mother is better now
and
because she's got
grandfather, and
religion.
great grandmother, and everyone, and aunts
Well,
and uncles and cousins, and all of them who are
well,
very religious.
people get the blues, the blues, the
No,
blues. I
no,
mean
they have
that's
problems.
an old
There's not
word.
blues. I'm not talking about blues. I'm talking about clinical depression. You know, people who believe in God and have great lives get clinical depression.
All
You know what
right,
I mean?
but anyway,
Doctors, lawyers,
you yourself have
scientists.
admitted that your mother's religion has helped
Okay,
her.
clergy. You think clergy never get depression? You think there's no such thing as depressed clergy out there?
I imagine the ones who suffer depression are the ones who have lost their faith.
Not always. That's just not the way it works. Plenty of people, there's plenty, that the more religious you are, the more likely you are to be schizotypal. Schizotip, schizotypal? I think that's the word,
I've
schizotypal.
never heard the word.
Schizotypal means you're not quite schizophrenic. It means you're
Pre-schizophrenic.
schizotypal. 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 Characters affected with schizotypal personality. It's just you're not quite schizophrenic. You're not quite schizophrenic, but
You're pre-schizo. Okay. I mean, we already know that the propaganda is about saying religion's stupid, right? So
well, it
keep taking
is.
our drugs. Keep taking the drugs of Big Pharma. So,
Well,
and
because
you're saying,
people can't
okay,
believe that
okay.
anymore. People can't believe the stuff that you're peddling anymore, and that's why it stopped
Really?
working.
What's difficult to believe? What's so difficult to believe? I'm saying if there was a creation, there must have been a creator.
No, there mustn't have been. The creation could be uncreated. You can make up whatever you
Okay,
want.
okay,
It,
but okay. I know people go, you just go back to the position of the universe was always there, so it didn't need any creator to
well,
create it.
like
Fine,
just like
but the
the
Big
universe.
Bang was an act of creation.
But we don't know that there was nothing before the Big Bang, first of all. And
It doesn't matter. It
The
doesn't.
Big Bang, yes, but the Big Bang, if God could
You
always be there, the Big Bang could
as if
come
you
into
thought
it.
it was a clever thing, and I don't think you're feeling so clever now. Maybe your mother's cleverer than you, Vincent.
No, the thing is that if God could always exist, if you could make up that imaginary rule, then the Big Bang could have come out of nowhere too. I mean, the thing is that anything
It
can
doesn't
come out of
matter.
nowhere. Anything can come out of nowhere. The physical use can come out of nowhere. God can come out of nowhere. This can come out of nowhere. Once you start making up all these imaginary rules, then you get into a real quagmire because anyone can make up whatever they want to just thwart you. And then your only thing to go, well, that doesn't sound right to me, so therefore it's wrong. You know what I mean? Like you can make up whatever you want.
There's no need to make up it. I mean, the rules are already there and very well established, thanks to the Jews
Well,
and Maimonides and
yeah, well,
Islamic
I don't
scholars.
believe in that. I don't
Okay,
need
why
their
don't you believe in it? I think it's your pride.
No, okay, why
You,
the
you
same
think your
reason the
you
same
think your
why
mother's
don't Mormons
saying,
believe in it? Mormons just came up with a different system. They just came up with something new and different and that's it. And it's a viable functioning religion and nobody needs the Abrahamic God for it all to work. They have it. They have it
well,
down
I
and they
think
have a totally
Islam will
different
be
system.
is more powerful than
Well,
Mormonism.
the thing is that it is still the fastest growing religion in America. One of the fastest growing religions. It's been around for 200 years. It's not shrinking. They have a system to make sure that everyone is in line. Because if you're not in line, you don't get into the real Mormon
Okay, why
temple.
don't you become a Mormon then?
No, but what I'm saying is that you can have a viable world religion without relying on the strictures of what constitutes the Abrahamic God. They came up with a different kind of God, a material God with flesh and veins that takes up spatio-temporal region. So what? So what?
So
Okay,
nobody
fine.
really believes in it. No, because
Okay, but
because those
nobody
days
really
didn't
believes that
really
God is this
tell about
mystical
idolatry.
being. Why do I have to believe about anything outside space and time?
Because
why
it
couldn't
might make you happier and also
no, why
if you
then?
want
Why
to
aren't
worship
Mormons?
any
Then
god,
Mormons would be
you might as well
unhappy.
worship the
Okay,
most
well then all
powerful
Mormons
one.
should be depressed, according to you, because they don't follow your prescription for God. According to you, Mormons must be the most depressed people on earth.
Well, I guess they're not. I
Well,
don't know. I
they're
mean, I don't
not,
know
but they
any.
don't follow your version of God. They're not doing it your way.
Okay, but they're not. They're not. Okay, so I'm saying religion, um, either because you believe in it or because if you're religious and you're sociable, you mix with people of your religion, it reinforces your sense of identity, gives you contacts, connections, whatever, and you see, and you get opportunities for romance or employment through this network of your co-religionists, and that this makes you happy. So
Okay,
they're
well,
they're all
I
quoting,
know, but your point is that it can be done in a million different ways, and it doesn't matter what kind of God it is, as long as there's some kind of supernatural being there that's going to help you and guide you along the way. It's not like you have to do it the Muslim way, and that's what I'm saying is that in the end, there's no real way to do this. You
No, there
just
is a
don't.
real way to do it because I think okay, back to your thing about the no hide laws and using the no hide laws to rank the four Gentile religions. It's obvious which one is the most no hide and which one is the least no hide. And still you're running away. It's like, no, I won't do the logical thing
Wait, this
because
is about
my pride.
this is about alleviating depression, and you would have to prove that Islam makes you the least depressed. You would have to prove that. This is
Okay,
this
what would
whole
make you happy?
conversation. This whole conversation is about God and depression, and Muslims, at least in self surveys, when you go around asking everyone who has the most and least depression, it's not Muslims. They don't have the least depressed countries on earth are the fucking Nordic countries because they have it together so
That's
well.
rubbish. We know they're always killing themselves and, whatever. I don't know where you get these statistics from and why you
Well, they're
think.
very happy. Everyone wants to move to
No,
Nordic
no, because
countries.
I've heard it said about the Danes, and the Danes themselves are surprised why anybody should say such a thing about them, and they have no idea why.
Well, then why do they
So I think it's
report it?
part of
Why do they
propaganda.
report that? Why are they reported as the happiest
Propaganda.
people on earth?
Maybe
I don't think they're lying. I think that Nordic people are very good at making a very nice life for themselves, and everyone wants to move there for a reason. And
well,
they
all
have
those Muslims.
yeah, they want to move there for a reason because they want the happiness of the Nordic people. Now, and I know
Well,
that Nordic people do tend to get depressed, but that's probably more seasonal affective disorder and genetics. And I think that they alleviate it by making their surroundings very pleasant. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, I'll tell you what would make. Okay, what would make you happy, Vincent? What would make you happy?
well, nothing would make me happy, but
Okay,
the thing
nothing
is
would make
that
you happy.
look,
Well, that
thinking
really
I'm not going
pathetic.
to be happy. I'm not going to be happy sitting there being like, okay, which God do I choose? This one or that one or this one?
Okay,
And you
no,
say,
I was actually expecting you to give me a list of wishes.
no, not really. I mean, I don't
So
know.
you don't even have any desire. You have no goals in life.
I
Well,
do have goals in life, but I mean, just because you have goals doesn't mean you're going to be happy. There's people who have pure clinical depression that work very hard not to be depressed and who are still depressed. There's people who are surrounded by friends and family
you
and
have
religion.
clinical depression.
Okay, there's people who are surrounded by friends, family, religion, have great jobs and still kill themselves. It happens all the time. There's people who kill
Okay, so
themselves. There's people who kill themselves, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, how did that person kill themselves? They seem like the happiest person on earth. They had everything in their life. Why did they kill themselves? Because they had clinical depression.
do you have clinical depression?
Yes, I have hereditary depression.
So you've been diagnosed as having clinical depression.
Yes, of course.
What is clinical depression as opposed to blah blah
Well, it
depression?
just means you're not just, it's not just a bad mood. It's just a constant, it's a constant, malaise. It's a constant problem.
But you say your mother has got better
Not
because
really.
of
I
her
mean, no,
religion.
no, not really. She's not happy. She's still depressed. It's just that she's not drinking alcohol and doing drugs to get over it. But that doesn't mean she's not depressed. It just means that she's not drugging. I mean, not drug. If your highest goal in life is to not be on drugs, then that's not a very high goal in life.
Okay, well, people will just have to, make do with the bare minimum then.
No, I don't think so. Everything with you is bare minimum, horrible, just dealing. Like that's not really a life that you
Okay,
know,
well, I
I
mean,
well, this is what you're offering white people is just
okay,
dealing
well,
with
I mean, what do you want?
everything.
I've said, I've asked you what you want, and you can't even tell me what you want. So, so we're talking about the
Yes,
bare
but
minimum.
I believe truly that you can breed happiness. You can breed people who have the DNA for neural regeneration, and the brain neurally regenerates very quickly, and then you'll get rid of depression. If you want to get rid of depression, you have to breed it out of the population.
How can you breed it out when actually nobody is quite sure how it comes? Nobody
Well,
is agreed that, oh, it's the DNA of those people or
I just
whatever. The
okay. I have to look up
depression.
this study that showed that. Okay, let's look up the. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's say soldiers, PTSD, brain generation, genetics,
But the
former
thing is,
soldiers' heart to share genetic risk. Hold on, I'm just looking it up.
yeah, but okay, these people who say they're what Jews, Christians, Muslims, whatever, they may say they belong to one of these religious groups, but actually they might not even believe. So the sort of you know I mean, if you really want to evaluate the depression of these people, you'd actually have to ask them, do you believe in God? Because, I'm sure um, a lot of people pretend to believe, but they don't. And that's why they get depressed. And the reason why they pretend to believe is because, they want to be one of the gang.
Okay, here's one about relating genetics to depression and PTSD in soldiers. Genetic relationship between PTSD and clinically comorbid phenotypes, major depressive disorder, anxiety, and neuroticism. So, if you're genetically predisposed to major depressive disorder, anxiety, and neuroticism, you're more likely to get PTSD than someone who is not genetically predisposed to um, those personality types.
But the thing is, you don't, it's not enough just to say, is a patient, what does a patient say on the form when they fill in religion? So
Here,
so somebody might be,
genetic variants may put some soldiers at higher risk of PTSD.
yeah,
Lasting
it's all,
genome-wide
yeah,
association
no.
studies of PTSD today identify two gene markers linked to military personnel who develop mental disorders. So there are two DNA markers that they think is linked to military personnel with mental disorders. And, we do know that depression is hereditary. That's not psychological disorder. Schizophrenia is very hereditary. Even people who weren't raised like schizophrenics, their cousins, their nieces, their nephews, people who never met their schizophrenic aunt still get schizophrenia at higher rates. Twins who were separated at birth, if one has schizophrenia, the likelihood of the other one having schizophrenia is very high, even if they were raised in different households.
Okay, so I mean, we can talk about mental illness, which
But
is
we
a
know
subject that
we know mental illness is hereditary. That's not, you're acting like this is like some bizarre thing I just made up the other day.
no, not all mental illness is
Not
hereditary.
all, but a lot. A lot of it is.
So you're being fatalistic because what you
No,
believe in
I'm not being
predestination.
fatalistic. I'm taking ketamine to get better over it. That's not fatalism. That's trying
Well,
something.
look, I
And
think
also, no,
you have shift
I do
doctors
believe in
and shift
biological.
therapists, and they give you drugs because it lines their pockets.
No, biological, there is biological fatalism, and if you want to get rid of that, that's why I'm a eugenicist. You cannot breed. Fine, Claire, then go ahead and let all your schizophrenics and depressed people breed and see what kind of population that gets you. I'm not
Okay,
going.
you know what I'm saying? I'm saying take them off their drugs, and if they go kill themselves, then let them kill themselves, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, yes, that's what I say too, because I say it's actually bad to drug schizophrenics and depressed people until they breed. That's not if you have schizophrenia at 18 years old, I don't think it's a good idea to give you psychotropic medication to alleviate the symptoms so you can go out and get married. I don't think that that's a proper way of dealing with this. That's what they
Yeah.
did with my mother. You don't just prescribe schizophrenics drugs and then let them procreate and have children. I mean, and then the thing is, even when these schizophrenics, when they get on their drugs, first of all, you don't know how that drug affects the baby. Number two, oftentimes the stress of being pregnant and giving birth to a baby and raising a child makes them more schizophrenic anyway, and the medication stops working because they really couldn't deal with the stresses of life, and you were just masking it with medication.
Okay,
Same
so
same thing with bipolar and depressed people. They should not be breeding. They should not be on drugs breeding.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Carl, do you think we should give 18-year-old schizophrenics enough medication so they can go out and get married and have kids? Do you think that's a good idea? Well, I
Carol,
guess.
can you hear, or are you having internet problems again?
It sounds like I'm hearing you guys twice. Just talk a little bit. Oh,
Okay, well,
No,
we can
well,
hear that you're eating.
we're talking about hereditary mental illness, and Claire wants to downplay that and act like it's not really a thing, but it really is. And I'm saying that if you just allow your schizophrenics and depressed people, if you just drug them and then allow them out in the population to give birth to more children, that's just going to create more problems. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I was talking while muted. So I was saying that take everybody off their psychotropic drugs. If they kill themselves, then too bad.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, this is like, the point. That's why I believe in suicide rights, but I don't believe. See, you believe in just leaving them to jump off a bridge, whereas I believe in actually setting up a clinic, to make sure that these people, actually do it. You know what I mean? You don't want that. I mean,
No, I
three.
actually believe in setting up a website. So if you're feeling suicidal, there will be a form for you to fill. Why, when did you start feeling depressed? Why do you want to kill yourself? Who do you think you want to blame? Do you want to leave a message for the, contact numbers, whatever? I want a website like that, so the people who are thinking of it can just sort of say what do it properly,
Well,
and
yeah, no.
leave a goddamn suicide note.
Well, I mean, it's just. Well, I agree with on that, but it's a problem if you're just medicating society. If you're just medicating mentally ill people, that is hereditary. I mean, it's just if you get
Okay,
two.
so that's the idea. If you know there's
Claire, would
something,
you want to be the child of a medicated schizophrenic and a medicated depressive?
of course not,
Okay, but why? Why? If you don't think it's genetic, why would you care?
because I think it would be dysgenic to
Why is it you don't believe it's
medicate.
genetic? You don't really believe that matters. So what does it matter? To you, it shouldn't matter because according to you, it's not DNA. It's something else.
Well, okay, I would never be in a position to ask to choose my parents anyway, would
Okay, but
I?
do you think so? Look, Claire, if you really think that schizophrenics breeding with depressed people is not going to create mental illness in the children, even if they're adopted out, we know from adoption studies when the mother is schizophrenic, even when the child is adopted out, it's more likely to be schizophrenic. It is DNA.
No, it's not. It's people just being so careless with words. The fact is, people who are stupid or mad or evil, you can't tell the difference. and they do the same things anyway.
No,
So
schizophrenia is a real disorder, Claire. It's not being evil. I mean, people have disorganized schizophrenia. They
no,
can't
what
even
I'm
speak.
saying is that if somebody does something that is either crazy, stupid, or evil, it doesn't matter why they do it, right?
Yes, it does, because if it's preventable through breeding, then stop it.
Yes, and I am all for eugenics, and I'm saying marriage is eugenic, but you don't want
Okay,
that.
my parents got married and they weren't eugenic. My parents were
Okay,
married when I was
okay, I'm
born.
not saying it's a cure-all for everything. Obviously, a few people are going to get through who shouldn't marry.
A
You know, the,
few?
the
Are you
divorced
kidding
ones.
me? Are you kidding me? A few? You act like fat, dumb, ugly slobs can't get married. You act like fat, dumb, ugly slobs meet
Well, I'm
each other
saying,
and breed more fat, ugly, dumb slobs. I mean, it's you act
okay,
like the only people who get married are
no,
beautiful,
I'm not.
intelligent, bright people, and that's just not true.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying at least give them a hoop to jump through
Anyone could
instead of
get through
not
that hoop. You could
requiring.
be borderline retarded and still get married. That's not a hoop. That's not a eugenic hoop to get through. You're just getting rid of people who are either too retarded to breed, or just, who are you really getting rid of? You're getting rid of people who are just so fucked up. They can't even like sign a marriage contract. That's not eugenics. That's getting rid of like the lowest of the low of the low, and just letting all
Look,
the low.
a lot of men are complaining. Well, a lot of men and women are saying that they can't find decent people to marry.
Yeah, because the population is so dysgenic at this point that
Yeah,
there
and
isn't
it's caused
anyone.
by all the sluttery and bastardy,
Well,
right?
it was no, it was
Nobody will
happening
say
before that. Look, even before that, in the 1920s, everyone was complaining about dysgenics and how the unwashed masses were breeding at like enormous rates, and they said we have to stop this. And they were complaining about mentally ill people having children, and they were saying that of course mentally ill people are having more children because they can't contain themselves.
well, the
There was
quality
discussion
of
of
people
dysgenics.
are
There were
worse
dysgenics
now
was
than before.
Well, actually, I don't even know if that's true, because I think birth control, the thing is that I think we would have had to, if you read the birth control propaganda that was going on in the 1920s, they were writing about how people were having so many children that they were coming out warped and inferior and sick, and they couldn't feed them. And so I think birth control actually raised the eugenics of the population, because women are no longer giving birth to their 12th child that has no nutrients in its bones. You know what I mean? So I think that
Okay,
it
that was
did.
ages ago.
Yes, I know, but
Well,
I'm
the
thinking,
problems are rather
but
different.
we're
I
probably
hope Carol can
better.
say something this time and stay. Carol?
It's
Okay, she's not saying anything again. All right, carry on, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that um, just leaving breeding to the general population is not a good idea. They're not going to make good. You know what? Some men like.
Not
You know,
doing that. I am
don't you know,
fucking
Claire?
not doing
Claire,
that.
don't you know?
Listen,
Don't you?
you know that. You know that if you punish sex offenders and say unmarried
It's not
parents are sex
just, you blame
offenders,
everything on sex
you
offenders. You
yes, I
blame
will.
everything. No, everything.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's not
However you do it.
everything.
Okay, so how are you going to do it?
I
How
don't.
are you
Well,
going to?
not well. I have different ideas, but I am going to tell you, if you just leave it to marriage and you just
Yes,
allow the
that's enough.
that's not enough. It was not It wasn't working
No,
in the
you can't
1920s.
prove that it wasn't enough. You
Yes, I
can't
can,
prove
because
that it
they were
wasn't enough.
complaining about dysgenics in the 1920s when
When
everyone was still married. In the 1920s, there wasn't a mass divorce rate in the 1920s. It wasn't like
well,
everyone was.
people in the 20s were white people in the 20s were much smarter then than the white people now.
Well, everyone was complaining about dysgenics back then. So
Yeah,
I mean,
because that was a thing that was going on. It was
because it was
fashionable.
happening.
Everybody was talking about
Because
eugenics
it
and
was
social
happening, because it was a
Darwinism.
problem, because it was a problem, because all the trash were breeding at excessive rates, and it was a problem.
Okay, well, I mean, I know.
And they were married. Most people who had children back in the
Yeah,
1920s
and
were
then a
likely
few
married.
got rid of them all. So But the point is that if you want to regenerate a degenerate populace, you have to, make them uphold
Right.
higher standards of breeding. And
Marriage
this,
is not high. Marriage is not high enough of a standard because
okay,
anyone
so
can get
what is your
married.
big idea? You're just saying, let's dispense with marriage altogether.
Well, you have to do some kind of selective breeding. You're never going to get anywhere unless you have artificial breeding. You can't. You're never going to get out of this mess if you just let the population breed willy nilly, which is what
Well,
you're.
that's what I'm not. I'm very firm against that. I'm saying you can't breed if you can't
Yes, no,
find
willy nilly.
a person of the opposite sex to marry you,
Yeah,
and
but
they
that's
can't
still
be.
willy nilly.
No,
That's
it's
still.
good enough because
My
a lot of
parents
people.
got married, Claire. My
Yeah,
parents fucking
okay.
got
So a few
married.
people got through, and you
I
were
know
okay.
plenty of fucked up married people that shouldn't have children. Just because you're married doesn't mean you should have children.
Well, anyway, you're in existence, so I
Yeah,
guess you
but
just have to make the
yes,
best of
but not
things.
under the best circumstances, and it just shouldn't have happened. That's just not.
Okay, but
Schizophrenics shouldn't
okay,
breed. It's
if
just
you
not
did
something that should
believe in the
happen.
Abrahamic God, then you would have to think that everything that has happened was meant to happen, and you have to
No, I
learn
don't
from.
believe that. I think that it was a big
Okay, no,
mistake, and that you shouldn't. I think I was put on this earth to make sure that like people like that don't breed anymore, even if they are married. Fuck marriage. I don't care. Anyone can get married. I told you the most disgusting people on earth are married.
yeah, but now things are worse because because people are not even required to get married before having children, and it's
Okay,
such a simple
but even
rule.
if we reenacted marriage, trash would still marry trash, and schizophrenics and depressed
Yeah,
people and
but at
alcoholics.
least the unmarriageable trash will stay childless.
Okay, but that's not enough of the. You're taking out like a 0.01% of the problem. The only people that you're taking out of the equation are people who are too mentally retarded to get married, and that's not really enough because usually people who are that mentally retarded don't get any sex. Okay, it's hard to get sex if you're like so mentally retarded you can't get married unless you find some other totally mentally retarded person to sleep with.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't be allowed to marry
The
if
point
you are not
I
of full
okay, you're
legal
taking care of
capacity.
0.01%. You're taking care of 0.01% of the problem and
Okay,
leaving the other
listen,
99.99%.
no, under secular Quranism, marriage will be a contract, and if you are not an adult of full legal capacity, you ain't getting married.
You it takes more than that. There's no way. There's no
Well,
way to.
but your standards are lower than mine, so I don't know why you keep.
No, my standards are selective breeding and actually
Well,
testing.
who are you going to choose?
the the the
I
point
mean,
is to get
what
if
will be your
to get
standards? What
okay
will be your standards?
the point is to get men to realize that getting married and getting a wife is such a headache that he might as well just instead of spending money on a divorce or on paying for her for the rest of her life, get a surrogate, but just get the best eggs. Choose eggs not based on, oh, I think she's pretty, or I want to sleep with her, or she's a cokehead and I like that. No, you get it based on, okay, she's intelligent, she's athletic, she's attractive, she has all of these qualities, and maybe, it's just not clouded by sexuality, not clouded by love. It's just a total dry, decision to procreate, and it's not about him. It's
Yeah,
about
well, okay. So this woman who's so marriageable and attractive and hot, she's gonna what? Let you rent her
you
out a
buy. It
room?
happens all the
No,
time.
she
People
will
buy eggs all the
marry
time.
a
People
rich
people
man.
people buy eggs all the time. All the time. You can
Oh,
buy eggs
really?
so
Where
easily.
at the grocery shop?
No, you could just go to a fertility clinic and buy eggs.
Yeah, and then you don't know
And then
anybody who's done
you
that.
just
You
pay
don't
it.
know anybody who's done that.
Yeah, of course. There's plenty of people. You think fertility clinics don't exist? Are you
Yeah,
crazy? You think
the
there's
people who do IVF usually they are married.
You could
We
do
can hear you
artificial
now,
insemination. You could do
Carol.
lots of things, but I'm saying that it would be better if we just, I mean, it would even be better if the government just industrially produced people. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the government can't breed its own people. Nothing
It
in the
already
Constitution.
does. The people breed anyway. So really, the government just, if they were being sensible, just have rules about who can and can't marry and who can and can't
If
have
if
children.
they were being sensible, they would tax all the men, and the women would just be paid to have children, and that would be it, and they wouldn't have to
No,
work.
with no parental, no paternal input.
No,
You
well,
think,
the father
why
would
would a
be
father pay
the
for a kid and
responsible.
have no?
The father would be, I mean, the father would have responsibility, for the child. At least they would be financially, responsible. But
You
I
don't
mean,
think that the father would want, like, oh, okay, I've got a child now. I want the mother of the child to look after it and look after the house and look after me. I mean, why would he just pay for somebody to
for the
have this kid
freedom
and
of
never
being
see it
for
again?
the freedom of being a bachelor who can have his own apartment without the hectic, without the troubles of a wife, without the troubles of like
Yeah,
hundreds of
but
children around him. And like the thing is, why aren't men doing what you want them to do anyway? Because they don't want to. There's nothing stopping white men from going out and getting married and having a child. They don't fucking
no,
want
no,
to do
no.
it.
What's stopping these men is that they don't have. Okay, marriage is the most expensive form of sex,
Yes.
and they think they can get it more cheaply, and they don't think really in terms of having
No,
children because
I know
everybody is
they don't want it.
every other person is an unmarriageable bachelor, so they don't even feel the shame that men in that position would feel.
No, they don't, because it broke down because people didn't want to live like that anymore. So I'm just saying it would be better off to just tax the men and pay the women to be incubators. You know what I
Carol,
mean?
Carol, can you hear?
I think so. I don't know what's going on here. You guys were going twice, everything, but let me listen for a little while and see if I can hear it right now.
We're back on the same old subject, Vincent thinking his breeding plan will be more eugenic than mine. It's the same old chestnut. But we were talking about depression, and Vincent has been prescribed ketamine, which is a psychotropic drug, and I'm saying he's obviously in the hands of very unscrupulous people who are lining their pockets by prescribing him psychotropic drugs from Big Pharma. And he should aspire to be able to feel reasonable contentment without the ingesting of psychotropic drugs.
Yeah, and Claire also doesn't think that really DNA has anything to do with schizophrenia or depression, and that it's all just because you don't believe in God, which is total rubbish and bullshit.
I don't you think belief in God?
Those drugs will change your mind permanently if you take them.
Yes, in a good way. It's not street drugs. It's clinically prescribed medication. I'm not taking street drugs.
Well, I understand that, Vincent. I mean, I'm not really, qualified to tell. I mean, I'm not going to tell someone if they think they need it to not take it. I mean, I would assume you would. It's your decision, but I would have tried to avoid it if I could.
Well, I couldn't, and it's just like, because I do have heredity, because depression runs in my family, so does schizophrenia, and like, it's just like, and that's the whole point that Claire thinks that
schizophrenia does run in families.
So does depression, though. So does
Yeah,
depression.
and it's also true that there are some people who have depression from nutritional things, and one of them, oddly enough, is not being able to metabolize B12 unless it's methylated. So, I mean, there's a couple other things I would try to look into too.
Well, that's also a DNA thing. If you are biologically not programmed to, break down B12.
But there's a big difference between taking methylated B12 and getting on ketamine. I'm not telling you what to do, Vincent, about that. I don't know you. I'm not telling you. Some people have a reason to be depressed, in which case, that's God telling you to change your life. And some people have no reason to be depressed at all, which is I don't know what to say about that. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
But
and
some
this is
people,
the other thing. This is the other thing. I mean, if I'm supposedly working for Satan, how sucky is Satan that I'm depressed? How is it that I'm working for Satan and I'm depressed and have no power? Can someone please explain that to me? I thought Satan was supposed to be like the king of this world and giving me riches and beauty and all this other kind of stuff. Why am I serving Satan and depressed? I mean, why? That makes no sense to me. Why would he hurt me for serving him?
why would Satan hurt you?
Yeah, why would Satan leave me depressed if I'm serving him?
Well, are you serving him?
Well, according to many people, and people will tell me, well, you're depressed because you're serving Satan. People do tell me that. Who would serve Satan if that's all you get is depression and nothing? Who the fuck would serve him?
Okay, Vincent, let me ask this question. What? Do you have a reason to be depressed?
I have biochemical depression. I've always had it since I was 12 years old, but
No,
yeah,
in
no, I've,
your life.
of
Is there
course,
stuff?
yes, I do. I do have problems in my life that I cannot rectify at this moment in time that are, really not anything. It's not like something I can go and fix. Yes, I have problems in my life. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying, I was also telling Claire that many people have problems in their life and are not depressed because they don't have the biochemical components in their brain to make them depressed. They have high serotonin, they have high norepinephrine. They're just born that way and they don't get depressed. We were talking about why do some soldiers get PTSD and others don't? It's because of neural regeneration in the brain. Some people have the DNA to regenerate their brain neurons much faster than other people. And if you're more likely to be depressed than anxious, you are more likely to have PTSD.
Well, I don't know about your personal case, and I don't like telling people what to do about this kind of stuff because I have known some people commit suicide. Okay, so because I don't know you, I've never met you, so I can't say. I remember, I don't know how depressed you are or if you have a real reason to be depressed. I do know that people are over medicated in the United States a lot of times. If they go to a doctor and if I don't know. I don't know in your
Well,
case.
it's just that look, hereditary depression is a real thing, and just to blame it on godlessness is very easy. And like this idea that all atheists are depressed and all religious people are happy is total nonsense. That's totally not true. And like, the other thing is that she's like, my mother's no longer doing drugs and alcohol, but she's still depressed. And that shouldn't be your goal in life is to not be a drug addict. That's not
Well,
a high goal.
I don't think everything. I don't think all atheists are depressed.
Well,
I
that's
don't
what
see that.
Claire thinks that atheist soldiers are more likely to get PTSD than religious soldiers.
Well, uh, I think it depends on um how they think about religion and how they see God or how they how they see God in their lives and stuff. I think religious people tend to have a little bit more hope that that people can be good in some ways. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? So I think they're more hopeful for a good future, but I don't know. My dad when he was at war, they gave everyone a little New Testament, little New Testament to carry around with them and stuff. So, he read the Bible up till he died, and he seemed to. I don't know. He was a
Did you
tough
convert
guy.
to Islam? Did you convert to Islam before he died?
Oh yeah,
What did
yeah.
he think about that?
He didn't really care that I was Muslim as long as I didn't look like a Muslim and didn't change anything. That
Well,
makes any sense.
didn't you change things?
Well, he wouldn't be seen in public with me up until he died. Until the very, very end.
Why? Because you were wearing a hijab?
Oh yeah. He just thought it was ridiculous. Mhm. Yeah,
Why?
he
Because
didn't.
he thought it was ridiculous because he thinks the religion is ridiculous, or was it more like a racial thing, like
No, no,
white
no.
people?
I don't think he cared what religion I was. Oh, well, actually, when I became Muslim, he gave me a speech that being Catholic was the best religion there was, and that Moses was an evil man because he killed adulterers. And my dad is a Protestant. He was a Protestant. He wasn't Catholic. So I really didn't know what to say when he said all this to me because he'd never said anything about it before, except, my mom was Catholic and we were brought up Catholic and that sort of thing. But he'd never said anything about it before. So I was kind of flabbergasted when he said that. But
Yeah, a lot of people I've noticed, like a lot of people when they don't talk about religion ever, and then when someone else they know changes religion, all of a sudden religion matters to them. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden it really does matter, and they have opinions, and like, but obviously they didn't care enough to express them until they were like there was an impetus for it. And, that's probably why he lost you to Islam, because it probably, it wasn't like, this kind of like,
well, they lost me to Christianity when I was a little kid. I do not ever believe Jesus was my Lord and Savior. So now what are you supposed to do about that? There's
why
only
didn't you believe that? Why didn't you
I
at that
just
young of an
didn't believe he was God. I didn't believe he was God. But I liked him. I just did not believe he was God. I didn't believe this idea about it. I very young, I just absolutely did not believe it. I ruined the dinner. We went out to a smorgasbord board. I don't know if anyone remembers those. To
Yeah.
eat one time, and I just said to my mom, "I don't think Jesus is God. He's not God, is he?" And she's like, "Yes, he is. Now sit down," or something like that. She was, I just ruined their dinner. You know how kids are; they'll say something in the worst possible time. You're supposed to enjoy this dinner, and I was in elementary school. I was really young. I think I was about 10. I just said this 10 or 9 because I remember we used to have to pay 10 cents for each year of our age, and I wasn't up into the dollars yet.
Well, I mean, I know Mr. Pellew says that. I do look. I think it's odd. I find it odd that very young children would question the Trinity, because um I think it's a very deep concept, and in my, but I knew that I was an idolater at a very young age. You know what I mean? And like people would say, "Oh, how could you have known that?" Like nobody explained it to me. I don't even think I ever. It wasn't like I saw something on television or something like that. It just like I knew inside of me that I was, and but I do find it odd that Mr. Pellew says he was 6 years old and he stopped believing in the Trinity. Like that's so young to even know what the fuck is
Well, I
going on.
didn't I didn't analyze it from the standpoint of the Trinity. I don't know if you said to me if I just would have known Father, Son, Holy Ghost, whatever. But I didn't believe Jesus was God. That's what I didn't believe. Now, if a philosophical discussion on the Trinity, no, I probably couldn't have done that at 9 or 10. But I didn't believe he was God ever. But I liked him. I didn't dislike him or anything like that. Do you understand? So
Well, why didn't you believe he was God? What made you
what
stop?
can I tell you? What can I tell you? I didn't believe he was God. I didn't
Because it
believe
was a
it.
human being? Because you didn't think a human being could be God?
Oh, I did. I was about. I don't know. I'm telling you, I was under 10 when I said this to my mom. I remembered saying it, but I don't know if I had such, retrospect that I was analyzing my thoughts in a way an adult would. I just didn't believe it. But I thought he was a cool guy. That sounds a little silly saying that on here, but that was my opinion about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't deny that
Well,
young
Patty
children.
Irishman says it depends. A lot of parents don't pass on their religious inheritance nowadays. My mother did. Sure, she did.
Well, Christians stopped. It was much weaker. Christianity has become
It
so
was a very
weak.
conservative church when I used to go. It was before Vatican II. It was very conservative. The mass was in Latin. You know, we had the responsive prayers in there. Then the hippie stuff came in, and they pushed the pews around, and they started hugging each other in church. And my mom wasn't having any of that. She didn't want to hug everybody in church. Okay, so I'm not sure how we got into this from depression, but depression can be extremely serious, and it's a very painful problem, especially chronic depression. And one of the ways you can think about it is, if you have a reason to be depressed, you're probably not chronically depressed. Like, I'm talking about a real reason. Like, let's say someone goes through a divorce. Now they're depressed. Well, they have a reason to be depressed. If you can name the reason why you're depressed, you're probably not clinically depressed. That's how I look at it.
Yes, I know, but some people are just have chronic depression in good times and bad times. They've had it since they were
Well, that's what I'm
young.
saying. That's different. That's a different problem. But there's also the issue that for some reason people have an expectation now that they're supposed to be happy all the time. Well, who said that? And nobody. And in the case of religion, who on earth says that you're going to be happy all the time because you're a Muslim or you're a Christian or anything else except a prosperity preacher? Nobody says that. Nobody used to say that. It was
Well, okay. Well, Muslims always talk about, well, the West is so depressed because of this, because of that, and they
Is
always
the
talk.
West depressed? Does it look to you, Vincent,
Well,
like the
I
whole
think
world?
Muslims are very depressed too, but it's more
No, no, I'm
shameful.
not
And
talking about Muslims. Does it look to you like the West is totally depressed?
well, I think it always was, but yeah,
How's it totally depressed?
I thought it was always. But the thing is, I think that we more acknowledge depression now and we actually treat it. But I think depression was always a widespread problem in every society.
Well,
In
we
every
have we have a lot of this stuff is nutritional. We don't no longer have magnesium in the soil, and if you don't have enough magnesium, you will have depression. There's not enough magnesium in the soil in the West anymore for in the foods that it's growing. And I have known people, like I told some people about that, and they started taking magnesium, and then they started feeling better. But I'm not telling you what to do about this. You understand? I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you what to do. But there are tests you could take, nutritional tests, that will tell you if you're low in some of this stuff. Men being low in testosterone and stuff. A lot of this is nutrition. And a lot of it has to do with because they started using pesticides in the soil. And this started, I think, after World War One. I think maybe yeah, after World War One. And the food is very bad. The food's bad, and this stuff, this Roundup on everything. There's a lot of problems going on, and I think it's from the food supply. Actually, a lot of stuff.
there are
Food supply.
a lot of there's a lot of reasons why
Yeah, yeah.
it's
But it's
happening.
not
A
just
lot
the
of this is
belief in God. There's some people who are very, 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 very much believe in God. In fact, in the Catholics, there's this spiritual. Oh God, this is Saint John of the Cross. I guess he was talking about it. It's called the black, right? Have you heard of the black?
no.
You believe in God and stuff, and you become so depressed because you feel like the relationship between you and God is non-existent, and you feel like He's abandoned you. And both Sufis and these Catholics talk about that spiritual thing. Well, are they depressed because they don't believe in God? No, they believe in God. They do believe in God. They're having a very painful spiritual experience that they go through. And I don't think you can say depression is from one thing, but I do think that a lot of people who suffer from depression might have a combination of things, nutrition and not being in the sun enough, not exercise. I mean, a lot of things can cause it. And yeah, it can run in families. I mean, I've seen that bipolar disorder runs in families. Like, wow, schizophrenia does, depression. Yeah, it does. It does run in families. And I
Yes.
don't think it's necessarily because something happened to them. It depends. Everybody's different. You can't have a one solution for everything. But if you're getting
Well, you're a little
prescribed
bit
ketamine, if you're
you're a little
getting
bit more you're a little bit more compassionate than Claire is about it, but um
well,
it's a very first of all, I'm not getting high on ketamine. It's very low dose, it's clinical dosage of ketamine. I'm doing it at home under like
I'm not saying that, Vincent. I'm saying is once if someone is prescribed, if they're going to prescribing you those drugs and you think you can't function without them, I don't think it hurts to research all the other alternatives out there for depression. You
well,
know,
the thing is that I don't want to get ECT because I'm scared of it.
what's
Um,
ECT?
electroshock therapy,
Oh, for God's sake! Do you think you need that? No, Vincent. I'll tell you that right now. You don't need it.
Well, if
You
this
don't.
doesn't work, I would try it. If this doesn't
Well,
work, I'm going to try.
ECT, electrical shock. That is something you give somebody. This is my opinion about it. You want to give someone ECT? Okay, you're going to give them electrical shock therapy, and it's gross and it's horrible to go through that. So yeah, they're going to snap out of their depression if they can, so they don't have to do that again. You know what I mean? I'm going to jump
But
up.
it actually works. No, lots of people it works for them.
Does it?
Yes, of course. Why do you think it's been in existence since the 60s or whatever it started?
Because they like playing with people, Vincent.
No,
Medical.
lots of people, I know people who have gone through ECT and they said it worked.
Well, I think it works if you can snap out of it yourself. I don't believe all these depressions and all these things are the same thing. I think it's a symptom they're talking about, but what's causing it in each person is different if it's a chronic depression. If it's chronic depression, as opposed to I'm depressed, I just got a divorce, or okay, my kid died, I'm depressed. Well, yeah, why wouldn't you be? Okay, so you just suffer through it to the end and you're not depressed anymore, right? That's what I'm saying, but I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying that if I'm suffering from what appears to be chronic depression, I'm going to research depression some more on my free time and try to understand it better. That's all I'm saying. Okay, but I don't think believing in God or not takes away depression, because all these people that go through the block and everything, they believe in God. And it's a horrendous, painful experience they go through. It can go through for a long time and then they come out of it. No, it's not, depression is a serious problem if it's the real thing. But we have a society though where a lot of people think they're supposed to not suffer ever. And so then they'll start taking these drugs and stuff too early. See, I don't know you. I don't know your case. If you've been depressed since a little kid, this is, I don't tell people what to do about this. I just tell them what few things I know about it and they can think about it. But, I have known people that kill themselves and it was pretty horrible. Not, they weren't like there was a guy in high school that hung himself in the trees at a Unitarian church conference. There was a friend of my daughter's friend, this guy. He came over to our house one day, made cookies, then he left, and then he put on some. He went into a shed or something and burned a bunch of coals. So he committed suicide in the shed. In other words, after over here making cookies, and this stuff is horrible when it happens, and everyone stands around like, "My God, what happened?" And it's awful. It's really horrible. It's a very painful thing. Not everything is just people can talk themselves out of it. No, I don't believe that. But I don't know your personal case. You there, Vincent? God, they both snoozed on me.
No, I was listening.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to Vincent.
I mean, from if we're going to by scripture, it's only the Quran that forbids suicide. The Bible doesn't. Neither the Old nor New Testament forbids
Well, suicide's a type of murder. Okay,
self
that's what my,
murder.
it's a self murder. Suicide's a self murder. So yeah, you're not supposed to do that. And suicide itself is a massive ingratitude towards God. So if you kill
Yeah,
yourself,
but
you know.
the idea is that He owns your life, and it's up to Him when you die. It's not up to you, and you won't be admitted to heaven if you break this law. You see, I mean that you know, but I'm sure lots of people in previous generations suffered from depression and they did kill themselves, and that I imagine was why there is this verse in the Quran telling people not to kill themselves. Because yes, people do have a tendency to suffer
It's not
depression.
just suicide; it's destroying yourself. That I don't remember the I, but it also does. It doesn't mean necessarily the act of suicide itself that's um, successful. It's also about not destroying yourself.
Oh, by picking up a drug habit, that sort of thing.
But mm, yeah, it's also a little bit about that too. I remember mom was talking about it one time. It's also about that, but depression is painful, and I don't know if Vincent's going through something like that. I don't think he needs to be um made to feel bad about it.
Well, I think he's always been like that for a long time, and I think maybe it's self-defeating, to think, oh, I have this, and if you take drugs, and once you take drugs, you're kind of thinking, oh well, maybe I'll take some other drug, and then I'll
Well,
make some other drug.
I don't like the pharmaceutical drugs for it because it actually does change your mind.
Yeah,
Changes it.
that's a
It
thing.
changes it. But this thing of nutrition is a huge deal. And they've done a lot of not studies, but there's a book out that's called The Diet Cure, and the other one's The Mood Cure. And it's about amino acids. And a lot of these psych drugs mimic different amino acids. And it was a clinic up in San Francisco, and she used it to get people off drugs, amino acids.
Hmm.
And she was giving it to them. I forgot the name of the shrink that did this, but anyway, it mimics these things. But pharmaceutical drugs have to do something to them in order to make them patent. And so sometimes what they do to the drug to patent it does that. And if he wants to do something like that, then he needs to go talk to someone who's an expert in that. Sure as hell isn't me.
Well, the
You
thing
know.
is, he's been saying, Vincent has also been saying that he thinks one of his therapists is a Satanist. And they're so unscrupulous these days. They say things like, "Oh yeah, we can get them to drop a beat, drop acid, and then we can."
Wait a minute. The psychiatrist is saying that um I always call Vincent Bruno because my husband used to have and you know someone at work that was called Bruno, but his name I meant I should say Vincent. So Vincent's are you saying the psychiatrist was saying Vincent is Satan, or the psychiatrist is saying he is Satan, or
No,
Vincent?
Vincent was
no, no.
telling me that one of his
I came
therapists
back.
is a
Okay,
Satanist.
I
okay.
came back. Yes,
Can you confirm this?
one of my therapists told me that he believes that there are children of Satan. Yes, he said that he believes that there's children who are children of Satan, and they're very beautiful and very talented, and people follow them and they're evil.
Okay, and what's
Yeah, and
your
of course, while I was sitting there, I was thinking, "Are you talking about me?" Of course, I thought that. You know what I mean? No, but he told me I wasn't. So I mean, he said, "I don't think you are," but he did tell me he believes it. Yes,
was he a psychologist or a psychiatrist?
psychologist.
Psychologist. Well, a lot of people, some people go into psychology because they have their own issues, Vincent. So I don't know. I don't see how there's children of Satan or not being children of Satan would be helpful if someone's in a seeing a psychologist to have someone say that. I don't see how that's helpful. Have you over
No, I did think it was odd. I did think it was odd, and I didn't tell anyone of any importance. Well, not that you're not of importance, but anyone of any medical importance, because I don't want him to lose his job. But I thought it was odd.
Yeah, I don't know why he said that. I have no idea why people say that. I generally don't take a lot of stock with people going to see psychologists. I think sometimes they'll just do better with a someone who helps them analyze their problems or something. I think psychologists a lot of times make things worse, because they start framing things in a different way, and then you're going to second guess, and then they can make the patient overly dependent on them. I don't know. I just have my own idea about a lot of these things, and I don't
Well,
really.
mental health is a really tricky thing, and it's something
Mhm,
that's not very well understood. And there's
mhm.
lots of, all different kinds of problems that can go along with it, and misunderstandings, and all these different kinds of things. And it's very sad. And I just
I
think it's,
yeah.
and the thing is just, my whole thing is just you have to breathe this out of the population. And you can't just, if you know what I mean. Like I'm okay. Like I talk about like I think about this. Like how could I have kids? Even if I could get a surrogate, like, wouldn't that be evil of me to have children with this depression and all the schizophrenia in the family and all that? Wouldn't that be evil? Wouldn't that be fucking downright evil if I did that to my child and then not let it kill itself if it wanted to? Like, not, to me, that would be downright evil to just breed a sick child and be like, now you have to stay here because I felt like having you. You know what I mean? Like, fuck you.
What about diabetes? What about a family that has diabetes in it? Should they
Well, I don't
not
I
have
don't
kids?
know. Like if you're a diabetic, you probably shouldn't get pregnant anyway because you know what I mean? Especially if you're direct. I'm not talking about your mom has diabetes. I'm talking about you having diabetes. First of all, a diabetic woman, no, should not be pregnant. That's very dangerous. You know what I mean? That's very dangerous for her to be pregnant. I mean, no, a diabetic woman should not get pregnant. I don't think so. You'll pass it on to the child, and you could get the child very sick. You could become very sick.
What about someone who has a genetic disease that the kids have a 50-50 chance of getting it?
Well, then, do embryo screening, do egg screening, do child screening, do these different kinds of things. But it's different. I mean, it's just like, you're taking this big gamble, but this wouldn't be a problem. Look, it wasn't a problem back in the ancient times when there was no medicine. And if you had the smallest problem with you, it's so small it's like a bad tooth, you died. You know what I mean? And like in the old days, if you were depressed and schizophrenic, you got nowhere. You were crazy. You were
What ab-
insane. And
what about when the first blue eyes showed up in Ireland? That guy who had the genetic mutation with the blue eye.
but doesn't make you sick. That doesn't
Well,
that's
I mean, people could have interpreted as a child of Satan, I guess.
well,
Because
yeah, but that's a little bit different. That's a different story than actually having a real disease that you're passing on to your child.
well, that's our opinion now,
No,
right?
well, I don't know. I mean, if they thought, I mean, if they had, I mean, if like the people actually really believed that blue eyes, caused sickness, then I guess if you're working on the best information you have at the period of time, then maybe I don't know. Like, but that it wasn't causing sickness. It wasn't causing any kind of problem. So it's kind of a moot point.
But I'm just wondering how far do you want to go with this idea that you want to have eugenics to this point that you're going to. I mean, you're talking about going back to a some sort of perfect race of people, right?
Not
But
perfect,
where do you
but
draw the line? I guess is where I'm asking. What I'm asking you.
well,
So
if you don't do it, you're just going to continue to have the problems that we're having now. And it's only going to get worse because we're only giving people more medication, and there's only more diseases getting dumped into the next generation. And we know what the fruits of not practicing eugenics are. We know what that gets us because we're in the middle of it right now. And but if you want a population with a high IQ, you got to breed it. You want a population that doesn't get depressed, you got to breed it. And that's just it. And you take it or leave it. Like, just accept it or don't.
What if you need a population? What if you need a population that has high IQ people, but also some really strong people?
Well, you need that too. You need all of that, those good qualities.
But some of them, the IQ is not so high, Vincent.
Okay, well, you want to strike, a balance if you can, and these things have to be done over generations too. Now, it's not going to be one generation of breeding and everyone's going to be a Superman. I mean,
no, I didn't say that. But I'm saying is, how are you deciding which traits to breed out and breed in? Let's say there's no disease involved. How are you deciding which traits you want to breed in or out?
Yeah, it would kind of like, you have to do these things kind of like on a different kind of level. Yes, the question is you don't want just one type of human being. You want to have a variety of high quality human beings, so you make all different kinds. High IQ, strong.
Why does everybody have to be high quality though, Vincent?
Well, because
who's going to decide what's high quality? I mean, I'm sure that some snobs would have said my family was very low quality. I don't think they were, but I mean, they would say that these are low quality people. These are people who, father was military man and.
Well, you sound like you came from a very all Americana, like like I don't think people in America were looking at your family and being like, oh God, those people. You sound like you were religious, and the military is very respectable. And
back then.
Well, yeah,
but not so much now. People don't.
Well, there's a reason for that. I mean, people realize what the military is really all about, and how I have one problem with military men and police officers, and that is that they don't rebel. Okay, they have this code where they just do what they're told, even if it's wrong. I mean, and that's my problem with military people. That they just have no conscience. They have no moral.
Vincent, that's not true about military
They
people.
They do what they are told.
No, they don't. Not always.
99% of the time.
You just have to be right when you disobey the order.
Well, I've never seen any mass defection of the military.
You got a lot of stories like that and stuff. If you start reading some military history and stuff, there is disobeying going on, and you have to be right.
There was we should not have done World War I or World War II or Vietnam or any of these wars. They all should have been. Well, the men should have just failed to fight. They should have said, we're not doing it. And they did it anyway, and they went and they murdered each other. All these white men went and murdered each other, and they've been doing it for centuries, and they should not have done it. And that's like, I can't think of one white war that was like actually worth it. Like what
so you think when Hitler invaded Poland, that was okay, and then when they spread out and got into France, that was okay. You think that was all okay?
I think a lot of that wouldn't have happened if World War I never happened and Germany had not been put in such a hard place to the point that the people became psychotic and wanted revenge. I blame that on World War I.
I don't think they wanted revenge, Vincent. They wanted food. They invaded Poland for the grain. That's why they invaded Poland.
Well, yeah, they had been made very poor. The World War I had kind of like decimated the society and made it not as prosperous as it had been. Look, if there were no World War I, there would have been no World War II. There was,
you're saying, I mean, look, I'm not a Hitler file or anything here, but so you're saying the Germans should have done nothing to save themselves?
You mean nothing to? I don't think they should have invaded Poland. No, what do you mean save themselves from what?
They were starving. They were starting to starve.
No, they weren't starving.
Yeah, they were. Yes, they were.
Well, you don't need to. Well, then plant more. I don't know. Then make a deal, or kind of like ask for international aid. Don't go bombing millions of people and displacing everyone. How many Polish people did they kill? Wasn't it like, I don't know how many Polish people. How many Polish people did Hitler kill? Let's say 40 to 50,000. Okay, so he killed 40 to 50,000 Polish people, but he invaded their country and occupied it. And it wasn't just grain. They were like they were imposing their ideology, and
They were after grain, and they attacked, and they made a mistake. He had that thing with the tanks. He came up with the idea that we're going to rush the tank. Or I don't know if he came up with it or Rommel or whoever. They'd rush the tanks in and keep going instead of stopping and consolidating the area and then moving on to the next. They just kept the tanks rolling. They rolled in, and they got to control the place, but they destroyed the fields at the same time. It was a little bit of a goof there. Like, okay, if the tanks are all running over these fields, obviously the grain's going to be gone. You know what I mean? And they wanted warm water ports and all that kind of stuff. They wanted that stuff. Germany had been screwed and, given the raw deal by England for a long time. And, they made friends with the Ottomans because the French and the English kept manipulating them and all this kind of stuff. But, you can always have your reasons for justifying war and stuff. I'm just trying to understand where you think you can draw the line and decide this person doesn't deserve to exist and this one does. Because that's what eugenics is. It's deciding who gets to exist and who doesn't, based on some sort of criteria, right?
Well, you don't necessarily, you can have your own eugenics program where you produce better people, and then like the people who are not part of your eugenics program fall to the wayside because because they did allow schizophrenics and retarded people to breed and all this other kind of stuff, and then pay the price. You won't be the most powerful group in society, and you'll be pushed to the side. You know what I mean? Pay the price for not practicing eugenics. Then that's I'm not saying
you're not answering the question. You're getting a little bit more philosophical here. I'm asking you what eugenics is deciding who gets to exist and who doesn't.
It doesn't need to be that simple. You can have a eugenics program without stopping other people from breeding. You can do it. You can have a eugenics program without stopping other people from breeding.
So you're talking about like a sort of we're back to the bonobo farm, aren't we, Vincent? That's what you're talking about?
Well, look, if the government started breeding people, it didn't necessarily need to tell the population to stop breeding. But the children coming out of these, breeding programs where it's actually being done, that they don't have schizophrenia and they don't have depression and they don't have diabetes and they don't have this or that or the third thing, and you're doing that, then this government grown population is going to supersede the general population. And then, yes, I do believe that there would have to be some kind of war, and that, basically you would have to get these two populations. Eventually there would be a war because they wouldn't have the same values. They wouldn't have the same strengths and weaknesses. And I eventually think that the people who had been bred very highly would get fed up with all of these, sick, stupid, useless people. And then let it be solved through war. Let the people who were bred properly, who can't take it anymore, and who can think of a greater society, and who can build a greater society, and who are being held down by the dysgenic masses who refuse to practice eugenics because they're dumb and ugly and evil, then good riddance to them. Do it through war.
Dumb, ugly, evil people don't practice eugenics.
No, they don't.
Uh-huh. So why not just sterilize everybody and only let people who are the members of Mensa have children?
Well, because this is something that needs to look. First of all, if you started a eugenics program, at first it's going to start out small. You're not going to have You're not going to be able to breed a billion people overnight. You need your general population to keep breeding, yes, so that you have genetic material, you have people to man the buses and all this other kind of stuff. But as
Well,
you
why do you
slow,
need to man the buses if you're not going to have a population anymore?
well,
I mean,
you
you
would
could
have.
just sterilize the entire population.
No,
Tell
no,
the
I just
men
said you
people,
can't do that. You would need, while you're breeding your better population, you still need the other population
but don't they already
around.
exist? No, listen to what I'm saying here. Mensa already exists. You already have these high IQ people in that
Not a lot of
organization.
them. Not a lot of them.
Well, I knew someone that was in Mensa. I mean, I didn't think she was the most brilliant person on the face of the earth, but somehow she was in it. So let's say we just say, okay, everybody, we're going to poison the water supply, and the people in Mensa can have filters, so that they don't get the poisoned water or whatever, and then everyone else just dies off, and you won't need the bus drivers anymore because you won't have a high population anyway.
You want to, no, you need, look, that's a dumb way. No eugenicist would do it this way. This is like an insane way of doing it. This is like.
So you're saying you need some of the dummies to fight the wars and
No, look,
clean the
at
toilets.
first, you cannot just dump your population in the ocean overnight.
Why?
Because because what? Look, if the government,
Theoretically, you could.
if the government started, how many babies do you think the government could produce on its own a year? It wouldn't be able to replace the population overnight.
Why do you have to replace it?
Because you don't want 10 people, you want millions.
Why?
Because you can't really have a high functioning society without millions of people.
So you've got an eugenic idea, but at the same time, you're admitting you need the morons.
No, I didn't say morons. I said that one, look, you grow the better population over time. You can't just, this is not like, dropping bombs on everyone so that 10 people can survive and repopulate the earth that way. I mean, you want
to. How are you deciding that's the better population? I mean, you're saying what, the higher IQ? Like, okay. That
it wouldn't just be that.
Example. Okay, it wouldn't be just higher IQ. Then what else?
It would be health. It would be health. It would be freedom from disease, freedom from depression, freedom from schizophrenia, from diabetes. And then, you want to, breed people. You want to selectively breed people to have certain kinds of talents like we do in dogs, like we do in horses. Like, you know what I mean? You want to breed people who are musicians, who are scientists, who are this, who are that, or even if they're not quite those things, something like that. Whatever can be strained out, whatever qualities which are useful that can be strained and put into a person, and you can create a strain of person, do it. Amplify intelligence, amplify health, amplify physical strength, amplify these different kinds of qualities that we have.
Well, people are, to me, it seems like the humans are pretty complex.
No, but
so if you're going to eugenically have a certain criteria, you don't have all the criteria. You're talking very vague, Vincent. I don't know.
No, many criteria. There would be many criteria. You're not making some uniform standard. Everyone is like, cookie cutter, coming out cookie cutter. No, you have to have all different kinds of, this is like, think about animal breeders. Animal breeders breed all kinds of animals, all kinds of dogs and all kinds of horses and all kinds, difference in shades and smalls and ponies and big horses and draft horses and race horses and this kind of horse. And then you could breed a draft horse and a race horse, and then you get a fast draft horse. And you know what I mean? Like that.
So you're kind of promoting ethno-nationalism with an idea that we're going to crossbreed some of them for some characteristics.
Well, you create a bloodline, you create a strain that has a certain phenotype to it and a certain character type to it, and then you keep that for whatever you need it for. But then, yes, you can crossbreed it with another strain and get some kind of new amplified, strain. It's animal breeding. All it is animal breeding applied to human beings. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
But
Mm.
Vincent, it's not like we're breeding Dalmatians or poodles or
Well, it
something,
should be
because
that way.
okay, but it's not possible, because it's like, yeah, we kind of know what a poodle is supposed to look like, and a bulldog,
It is
and
very
and
possible. It's very
whatever,
possible
but
to breed humans.
race, we
It would
can't
be
do
it
that.
would be very possible to breed someone who could sprint very fast. It's very possible to breed people who have high lung capacity so that they can run long distances. It's very possible. Do you know that people who live in very cold climates have smaller lungs because they don't want you breathing in all that cold air and having like a large expanse space that the cold air can stay in, so you have small lungs. Like, you could breed people for all different kinds of characteristics to make them do all different kinds of things. Yes, you could breed sprinters. You could breed people who are exceptionally strong or have exceptionally high IQ. You could breed for all of this.
Yeah, but people think that there are enough people or machines to do the things that you're talking about.
Well,
I mean,
then you're going to have
ChatGPT
a
is
low
pretty
quality
impressive.
population. You're going to have a low quality population. I'm saying that we need to like breed the population. We
Okay,
put
a
all
high
this time in.
quality population.
Do you want to
A
breed the
high quality.
population? What about okay, okay, what about this alternative, which I think you might have brought up or alluded to? Why not sterilizing all the schizophrenics and all the depressed people? I mean, you could do something sort of similar by not allowing people to breed. Like, you're really down to a committee of deciding who gets to exist and who doesn't.
Well, I'm saying that I'm not, the way that I'm promoting this is not some committee sterilizing people. I'm talking about a committee who either on their own or in the government breeds a new race and then slowly bring that race into existence over time. Don't just, necessarily get rid of everyone right away. Maybe once you have enough of the new race, you can do that. Once you have
A
enough.
new race. Okay, so you're just okay. So you're discussing a planned ethnicity that you're going to create.
Ethnicities, more than one, but yes.
Okay, but we have a lot of ethnicities now. I mean, why can't you just promote ethno nationalism?
Not just what, I wouldn't be just one race that would be doing this. I mean, you could create 100 races. They can do this in Africa. They can do it in Europe. Whoever it, look, you need
There is
something
already
either.
competition between the races.
Yeah, well, yeah,
People don't want any more competition from other
yes. Well,
races,
it's good to
whatever
have
their race.
competition. It's good to have competition because then you get better quality because you see what's going on. I mean,
Where's the
it,
family
No, but
come into
there are
all
already
this?
too many big different
Vincent,
groups
where's the
in.
family come into this?
This thing, the family, fuck the family. Families are disgusting. Families
Mm.
are absolutely vile. It's the most vile institution. Men and women do not complement each other. They oppose each other. And then the relationship you have with your children, and I'm sick and tired of, like, you had a bad family life. You think I don't have friends? You think I don't talk to people who
I
have bad
didn't
family
say
lives?
anything about you, Vincent, like that.
No, but people think that because I have a bad family, I'm tainted. If I was the only person on this earth that had a bad family and I realized that everyone else was fine and I was the one in a million that it failed, it would be different. But there are millions of people in this country that their family failed them. And it's not all just because of divorce. There's plenty of families who stayed married together and the children are just as fucked up and they treated the children just as evilly and both of the parents ganged up on them together and lots of things.
There's a up in Alaska, when the Russians came, they were kind of really tripping out on how the Athabascans and the Inuits and stuff really didn't say anything to direct their kids. It was all through social pressure by the fact, like, you got to live here, and it was a hard living kind of a thing. So their big thing was that one day, they're sitting there watching, and they put all this food down, and you have the family. The kids were fighting over the food, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
fighting over the food with the orphans. They had orphans, obviously, because they too have their own wars going on. So they had orphans, and they said, "My, this is inhumane." They said, "How can you bring up these kids like this? How can you do this to these kids? They don't even have parents, right?" And the Indian response to them was, "Every single one of our chiefs has been an orphan, was an orphan. They were the toughest out of everybody." So whatever experience people go through, yeah, it has an effect on them and makes them what they are. But
They don't all
sometimes
turn out strong. They look
I
more
didn't say
families.
they all turned out strong. Not every orphan got to be the chief.
Not
But
yeah, but a
they
lot of
said
orphans were
every single
destroyed. A lot of
listen,
people are
listen.
destroyed by bad
I'm
families. A
not
lot.
talking about down here. I'm talking about with the native Indians up in Alaska.
Okay, well, I'm
Their
sure a lot of those
chiefs
orphans
were
didn't turn out
always
well.
an orphan.
Yeah, I know, but you know what? This is like, yes, you could have the most cruel fascist organization on earth, and yes, the children will be cruel, fucked up, and own everything. And if you want a cruel, fucked up world, then do it. You know, then fine, let the children fight over scraps. Like that's what savages do. I don't want some cruel asshole fascist, ruling over me. Yeah, I do want parents that sit there
You
and
don't
God.
want a cruel fascist ruling over you, but you're deciding to create a society or a sub, I don't know, I guess you call it a mini society of people practicing eugenics, deciding who gets to live or not
Not
based on
live.
some
No, there's
criteria.
no going in and sterilizing or murdering people. Forget all that.
So what?
Forget all that.
Expel them from the society then, right? What are you going to do with these people that don't reach up to snuff?
Well, eventually, yes, there would have to be some kind of war because the people would no longer be able to really relate to one another. And the thing is that you would eventually get a population who got fed up, who
Okay,
got
look,
fed.
look. Okay, look. I wanted to call you Bruno again. I mean Vincent. Look, Vincent. You somebody has 5 kids. 4 of them are really smart. One is kind of mediocre. Well, Miss Mediocre can't be part of this club. What are you going to do with the mediocre one?
She just wouldn't. She just
Doesn't
her
get to
DNA.
get married?
Her no. She's fine. You want to go get married? Go out of the society. We're not going to breed you here. So if you want to go have children, go find someone like you and cause a problem. You know what I mean? Just we're not going to use your DNA. That's it. It's no killing. It's no sterilizing. It's no nothing. It's just no. We don't use your DNA. You can't deal with that. Go marry some Joe Schmo. You know what I mean? You want to, that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do it. It's not going to work in anyone's favor for you to go do this, but I'm not going to stop. If I had a stupid daughter, I'm not going to stop her from I'm not going to stop her from breeding, but yes, eventually, yes, there would have to be a war. Eventually, yes.
Where'd the war come into this? I'm just asking you, what on earth would you do if you got 5 kids, one's mediocre, and they
I
don't
just
get
told
to
you
be?
I would let her go marry some Joe Schmo, and that's I can't really fix that. But if you did selective breeding over generations, there would be a lot less mediocre. You know what I mean? There would be a lot less mediocre. And the thing is that, the only time that these things become difficult is when you're dealing with mental strength. But in physical strength, yes, if you breed somebody with very large lungs, they're going to be a better sprinter. It's just, if,
Okay, okay, oh, okay. I mean, I don't know you, but where would you fit in this, Vincent?
well, I don't even know if I should be breeding, to be honest with you. Not good. Not good. I'm certainly not any high quality. I don't have very strong physical prowess. I've never been a very athletic person. I've never been a very I've never been athletic, and hereditary depression.
So
And if I had,
you could be one of the bus drivers. Is that what you're saying?
well, I mean, look, there's people who can be bus drivers and are not unhappy with it. If I were a bus driver, I would be very unhappy.
Well, who said you're going to be happy here? Now we're talking about something else again. We're going to make this master. I don't want to say master race because it sounds like fascism or something. But okay, you're going to create this highly sort of creme de la creme people. God, man, I'm starting to feel like I'm talking about SS troops here. Okay, I'm into diversity. I'm somewhat of a nationalist. I think white people need to be marrying white people at this time in history because of replacement, the replacement thing, and they're just not having enough kids, and they're going to be gone. There's just, the big number of white people are past childbearing. So when they all die off, it's going to be a very small population of white people in Europe
Yes.
and in the United States. So I believe that white people should be marrying people. I see myself as a hybrid white person because I'm not one thing. I believe Swedes should be breeding with Swedes, and French should be breeding with French, and Germans should be marrying Germans like this to keep the diversity DNA and to keep diversity. I'm saying is also keep the genetic DNA. I don't know what you call it, pattern. I can't think right now. Configurations, the DNA configurations. I see that as, I think that's something white people need to be doing right now. So, but I mean, you go throw in your idea. There's not going to be any white people left on the face of the
Well,
earth.
you know what, Claire? You know what, Kyle? I'm going to tell you this. You keep breeding the way you're breeding, and you're going to get people like me because you know what? It doesn't work for everyone. And the people who fall through the cracks, Hitler did not have children. I think Hitler realized that he wasn't the perfect specimen out there. And I think that a lot of people who are involved in eugenics are people who got failed. Okay, a lot of people who got hurt by the system we live in now. So leave it your way, and I'm just going to come back again and again and again, and I'm just going to grow and grow and grow in the population. The more things are left the way they are.
What is so horrible about you, Vincent, that you're talking like this?
I'm telling you, if you just allow willy-nilly breeding, you're going to get people who become eugenicists because they were failed. And they're going to say, I don't want the conditions that created my life to exist. Carol, I do not want the conditions that created my life to ever repeat themselves. Ever. I want to wipe it the fuck out.
Well, what makes you think, that if you do this idea, you're going to end up with a population of perfect parents?
No, there's not going to be parents. I mean, no, I'm talking about surrogacy and different kinds of communal, child rearing and things like that. I'm not, the thing perfect. My parents taught me that parents are evil. Okay, like the parents think that they bring this child and they think it's their property. Okay, parents think that this child is their property and they can do whatever they want to it.
Well, I don't know, Vincent. That sounds like a definition of narcissist, like you had narcissist parents or something. I don't know about your personal situation.
Well, there's a lot of
But you're going to create your idea. Okay, first of all, I just want to say something about Islam. There's nothing wrong in Islam if some people want to get together and sort of create their own little tribe and bring kids up. There's nothing in Islam against that, from what I can tell. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just that idea. The only things that Islam would say is wrong is you can't have the gay relationships, obviously. And then you can't, the people who are making the baby have to be married. Like you're not going to go get somebody else's eggs and just bring them in. And no, because kids have a right to know their lineage. So
no, they would know. Everyone
married.
would know that. Everyone in a eugenic society, of course, your lineage would be everything. Everyone would know their lineage.
But I'm just telling you from the Islamic perspective. Okay, the people would have to be married. Then they're using the sperm and the egg to make the baby. And then they could get a divorce later, I guess, something like that. So the basic premise of doing that is one thing, but your idea. If you're saying you're going to get rid of the parents and this stuff, you're going to create a huge generation of people suffering from reactive attachment disorder. And you don't want that. They need parents that are there, not just a piece of paper saying, your dad was sperm 594, and he was a redhead, and he lived in Jersey.
A lot of this would be, I mean, this thing that your parents love you, or that your parents are the ones who are going to love you the most. Like, first of all, you destroyed your parents' life. Okay, you are the reason why your mom's fat, and why her husband doesn't want to fuck her anymore, and why she can't go out with her friends at night, and why this and why that, and then, oh, I don't like your dad anymore, and you look like him and you talk like him. All this, children ruin their parents' lives. It's the parents. Look, really, the parents are the first victims of this, because when
I don't think my kids ruined my life.
Well, a lot of parents do, and the thing is that a lot of parents do.
A lot of people suffer. A lot of people have disappointments with their children and stuff. But the idea that they're ruining their lives, this is too weird. And a lot of people who are married. No, listen, this is too much. A lot of people, they're married for years and years. You think I'm some beautiful babe coming down the street? My husband still comes home every night.
Look, the point is that many, many, many people resent having children. Many.
Well,
I know for a fact that my father, more than one occasion of my life, made it quite clear that he never wanted children, and now he was just dealing with that. Okay, he was dealing. That's the word he would use. I'm dealing with that. That's not. And then when he would get angry, he would tell me that he didn't want me. So, and then my mother treated me worse than my father. My father would say things like that. My mother didn't say it as often. She would treat me worse, but yes, she would open up and be like, I never wanted you. And she tried to get me to kill myself. That is, look, I know to heterosexuals, this is normal family life, but it is normal family life. Do you think that I don't know other people that went through the same thing?
I knew a lot of people, Vincent.
You just said a lot.
There's a lot of people have the other experience, and it's not all, You ever see that movie? You ever see that movie? What is it? God, what's the name of that thing? As Good as It Gets, and they're in the car, and that actor saying, "Yeah, it's all this and noodle salad, and it's supposed to be that," and then the gay guy in the front seat, and the Helen Hunt lady, she turns around, she says no, like shut up or whatever. It's there's no guarantee that you're going to have this massive, happy, unsuffering life.
No, I know, but it doesn't need to be suffering either. Look, it should be not suffering. Look, I'm not saying that everyone.
You're saying your life should be not suffering?
Not. This is what I'm saying. I am saying drug addicts and schizophrenics should not get together to have children just so that they can hand their child a knife and say, kill yourself because you ruined my life. That is what I'm saying. And that is just too much for most heterosexuals. Most heterosexuals are so cold-hearted that they just be like, well, get over that. Get over it. You know what I mean? And this wasn't a one-time occurrence. Okay. It was a general air. It was a general miasma that filled my home.
Okay, this filled your home. Listen, it filled your home. It doesn't fill everybody's home.
It fills 50%.
Let me finish. Almost everybody has different degrees of being dissatisfied with their parents. My kids do. Most parents are disappointed in some way about some aspects of their kids. Me too, right? These things go on, but this doesn't mean you're.
Look, parents are just becoming increasingly. Look, the more freedom that our society has, the more parents realize that their children chain them. The more opportunities there are out there for you to live a greater and greater and greater life, the more you resent your children. It was different when you had a farm and the children actually became farm hands and were useful. We don't live in those types of environments anymore. We live in an environment where mothers and fathers, they want to go to college. They want to get a college degree. They want to get a great job, and they want to be able to work until 8 o'clock at night so that they can make multi-millions of dollars, so they can go on really nice vacations where there aren't children running around screaming. Okay, it doesn't work anymore. And yes, the more evolved society becomes, the more abusive the parents become. The more resentment, there's much, look, it was, when you had a farm, you didn't resent the child, it was a farmhand. What does a modern child equal to the modern parent except for expenses? Studies show that people who have children it does make you unhappy. And there is a lot of resentment. And this thing, you cannot have a system where 50% of the people, it doesn't work for them. Obviously, it didn't work for 50% of the marriages. 50% of marriages ended in divorce. You cannot have a system where it doesn't work for 50%.
So what if the parents got divorced?
The point is that the system doesn't work if it's not working for 50%.
Who is deciding? I don't know even how you're coming up with this criteria you have. So let's say 75% of the people in society get divorced. Let's say they all get divorced. Okay, the kids are in less stable homes, this sort of thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean they don't know their parents, right? I mean, you have to have some hope, Vincent.
I don't have hope. No, I don't have hope in. I don't have hope in the. No, I do have hope if selective breeding is instituted, but without it, no, I don't have hope. Why
do you even want it? You already decided that you wouldn't be a candidate for this. Selective breeding.
Yes, but I do care because I think that it's the panacea for humanity, and I care about other people. So this is the thing that heterosexuals don't understand, that some people care about other humans besides their own children. Claire thinks that people rape children that are not theirs. Not everyone is going to go and sodomize a child that doesn't belong to them. Not everyone is going to just dump someone on the road because it's not their child. You know what I mean? Like, the world will never get better with this heteronormative. This is how heterosexuals behave. It's not my child, so I'm either going to dump it or sodomize it. Like, I don't think that this is, that is the problem with the world. And it's because
when you have children, you're supposed to be that child's advocate in the world.
Which 50% of the time doesn't happen.
They all do. Most parents are trying to be advocates for their kids. Now, whether they're very good at it or not is a different issue.
Look,
it's pretty hard in a society that keeps changing the rules all the time.
Okay, but it's also, did my parents advocate for me? Yes, but that was out of guilt and like forced duty. Okay, that was like, okay, did they do that because they felt guilty? All parents feel guilty when they don't love their child. You still feel some level of guilt. I do things out of guilt and I hate myself for it. Okay, I do plenty. There's things that I do in my life, not because out of love, but out of guilt. And it doesn't make me happy. And I am very resentful about it.
Well, why do you think you have to be happy? Okay, let's say I do something.
I don't want to do things out of guilt. I don't want to do things out of guilt.
Vincent, well, how is that necessarily bad is what I'm saying. Is if somebody feels guilty about something and they go do something to rectify it, right? And this makes them feel bad
because it breeds animosity. Look, yes, my parents out of guilt would do things for me, but then that, when you do it out of guilt, it breeds animosity. And then, yes, they would hand me a knife and say, kill yourself, because they just couldn't take it anymore. You shouldn't be raising your children out of guilt. That's not a place to raise, because you're going to lose your shit. You're going to lose your shit and you're going to take it out on them. Eventually, you're going to take it out on them. And you're going to, look, people can only hold things in for so long. They can only hold things in for so long, even around their children.
Okay, but how is your idea going to solve
Look,
this.
if it was collective child rearing and children were not such a burden on just two parents, and it was the responsibility was dispersed over a group, and there were multiple adults there at a time, so that nobody was raping anyone because everyone's on camera and there's 50 adults around.
On
And
camera?
yeah, what's wrong with having children
Oh,
on camera? What's wrong with that?
God.
Why? What's going on in there that they can't be on camera to make sure that they're not getting raped? What's wrong with that? What's going on in there that people can't see it? I mean, you don't have it in the changing areas, but like in the communal areas where wherever, I'm just saying, if you're like Claire and you think anyone who's not related to the child is going to sodomize it, then put in a fucking camera. But I don't see, if you put 10 adults in a room with 100 children, do you really think 10 adults are going to come together and decide collectively to mass rape the children? I don't think you could get 10 pedophiles randomly if you were selecting from like caretakers to hire. I don't think you could hire 10 pedophiles in a row who could all collectively get together and mass rape the children. That's just not going to happen. It's much more easy. It is much easier. It is much easier to get in a household where the father has all the control and the mother is submissive. It is much easier to get a father rapist raping his own children than it is if you have 10 adults supervising 100 children, or whatever it is, 50 or whatever the number is.
Okay, looking back, let's just look back and pretend like you're a little kid. I don't want to make it you. Let's just say you're a little kid. Someone's a little kid, and your choice is you could live around in this place where there's a camera on you, and there's a bunch of people. There's enough people around to keep people from raping you, and you're getting your food every day, and you're around these kids. Or you could be around this lady that really, really likes you, and she's going to read you your special story that you really like, and she's going to do nice things for you.
This is fairy tale. This is fairy tale.
Not, Vincent.
Okay.
Listen,
well, I was raised in squalor and filth, and filth and garbage. And like, don't tell me about this fairy. Oh, and you're her
it's
special.
It's a question, Vincent. This is a question.
It's a fairy tale situation. I'm not going to choose what, one is like, at least it's practical in protecting children from the domination of two parents and the control of two parents. And the other one is this magical world where the mother loves the children and everything's fine. And
I'm asking you. Okay, pretend like they're both fairy tales then for the question. Pretend like it's both.
Of course.
You got this little Never Land, and it's all like that. Or you have these two people, and they like you, and they're going to read you your little story, and they're going to pay attention to you, and they're going to go out and take you places, and they're going to do these nice things. Which one would you rather want?
Well, of course, if it's a fairy tale, yes, the one where it's two parents, but it's not a fairy tale.
Okay,
it's not a fairy tale.
Let me ask you this then. Do you think humans are incapable of creating that kind of environment?
Yes.
You think they're incapable of doing that? So you think putting him in with a bunch of disinterested people who are not capable? They're not capable. You're already saying they're not capable of having that kind of feeling towards kids. That's going to be better. I'm saying have some hope here, Vincent. You got to have some hope.
Just look, your system failed too many people. I don't have hope in that system. It failed too many people. It failed.
Well, okay, then why don't you? Well, what's wrong with having a group of people do that then? If you feel that way.
Well, I do believe in doing that. I mean, it's making it a reality is a little bit different, but that's the way I believe in doing it. Yes.
Well, what's stopping you?
Well, I don't have money or power or influence, and people don't listen to me. I can put the idea out there. just I'm not going to let myself be knocked because I don't have money and power to raise this up right now in my lifetime or at this very moment. I mean, if I write about it enough, will somebody pick it up and do it? Maybe I'm just the prophet. Like, there's plenty of people who are just idea makers and who don't actually, do the physical work themselves. It's just I do have to go now, but the point is that it's just, you can't have a system that only works for 50% of the people, and you're going to have rebellion. And the last thing I'm going to say is that if you leave everything the way that it is with these regular families, even if they were staying married, even if you removed no fault divorce and parents had to stay married together, you would get more of me, because people would be miserable and they would come out of those systems and would say, absolutely not, never again.
I really don't think so. You're just uttering a threat that you don't think, well, nobody can see you. I mean, of course, there will be subversives and people who want to do things differently, but you're just not genetically equipped to be a parent. So for you to undertake the burden of
Just
trying
because
to
I'm not a
outbreed
parent doesn't mean that I don't care.
heterosexuals is
Just
ridiculous.
just because I'm not a parent doesn't mean that I can't have a vision, or that I can't believe something is right, or that I can't believe that this is a better way for other children to live. And, as a homosexual, I do have that prerogative where I can say, you know what, either I'm good enough to breed or I'm not. I'm not going to just I'm not some heterosexual who can just go out and get drunk and have a baby. Okay,
Well,
like I actually would have to think about this, and by thinking about it, I'm making a more compassionate decision.
we don't. How is it more compassionate when your kind of breeding is going to lead to chaos and criminality?
It's
You just
your
think
kind of
everything's.
breeding. Okay, I do have to go, but what I'm saying is that your type of breeding broke down and keeps
No, we're
breaking down.
still around.
But it breaks down every single time in society.
When
Whenever
did it break down? Just give it a
in
time.
Rome,
Just
in
because you
Greece,
don't like it doesn't mean it's
now,
broken down.
here, in Europe, it's breaking down everywhere. People don't want
What are
it.
the signs of it breaking down?
You don't
Just because you're
divorce.
unhappy about it?
50% of divorce is a breakdown in the monogamous
Okay,
heterosexual breeding
that's
system.
because of no fault divorce. Just
Yeah, well, I know,
abolish
but
no
people
fault
wanted
divorce.
that. You act like this was just dropped on a population that didn't want it.
I act like what?
A 50% divorce rate is a 50% marriage rate, Vincent.
Yeah, but
Yes, thank you,
Half the people can still
It's
live that way. So
impossible.
people can see these people that are able to live like that.
Okay, and what percentage of that 50% are actually happy in their marriage and are actually don't want to get divorced? I mean, about
Depends
half.
on which day, Vincent. I've had fantasies of driving over my husband with snow tires with a truck. I'm sure he's had, visions of, his own little fantasy for a few minutes. But people get over, and you have your good and bad days. But this idea of being permanently happy every single
I didn't say
It's
permanently happy.
crazy.
It shouldn't be atrocious. It shouldn't be atrocious.
But it's not atrocious for
yes,
me.
it is atrocious.
Look,
It's a sense of entitlement.
I can tell you.
I know. I'm just entitlement. No. Saying that things should not be atrocious is not entitlement. I didn't say that I needed to be raised in $1 million household and that I needed a silver spoon in my mouth and everything needed to be fine. But it just shouldn't have been that. It shouldn't
Okay,
have been.
well, okay, it's over. You've got
Yeah,
the
I
rest
know,
of
and this
your
is the
life
whole
to
thing.
live.
Yeah, people don't get over things. Children,
If you choose
that's
not to,
why
if you
there's
choose
lots of
not to.
damaged people, because lots of people
Yeah,
cannot.
because when they should be told to get over it.
Well, it doesn't happen. It doesn't work like that in
Yeah,
real life.
because your
It doesn't work like
therapists are
that in
not
real life.
telling you to get over it. They're
You and
telling you to
Carol
take some
want this
drugs.
fantasy world
Don't
where
talk for me, Vincent, anymore. You have a problem, and Claire does it too, trying to articulate what you guys think I think, and half the time it's wrong.
Look,
Okay?
what I'm saying is that if you want a healthy and sound society, these types of things cannot go on because it does damage people in real life. In real life, people get damaged. In real life, people don't bounce back so easily. And if you're going to do this to your population, you're going to get more of me. And that's all I have to say because I do have to go.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All righty.
Well, perhaps you'll say a few things about what you thought of Vincent's position.
Well, I mean, I don't want to play shrink here, but Vincent's obviously depressed. This is not this. He doesn't have an optimistic attitude towards the human race. He's not seeing the
And
potential of what they could be. He's seeing it as a destructive force that needs to be controlled.
well, it seems that there are forces of chaos, but really, I don't see how his is going to make people happier. And he seems to think that that people should be happy most of the time. Most people aren't. They just get by, but that's not good enough for him. And then I asked him what would make him happy, and he couldn't even give me an answer. He doesn't even know.
Well, friendship. Well, I mean, if he knew what would make him happy, he wouldn't have to take care of me. I mean, he would. This is like a the problem with the enlightenment idea is the idea that you have to be happy all the time. No,
Is
life
making
isn't being
people very
happy.
unhappy.
Yeah, this idea that you have to be happy all the time is a problem. Like small suffering isn't seen as just part of life. It's kind of like this the trans thing is like that. It's basically encouraging children to dislike themselves. You going through puberty isn't fun for anybody. And you got older people should remember. I mean, don't they remember getting the pimples and being embarrassed? I don't know. This is you have to try to go through life and see these things. But Vincent has a very depressed view of the human race, humankind, and he's not seeing that humans can be better than they are without some sort of real controlled sort of future.
Well, I
This
think
idea, it's okay, in Islam, it's okay. You're going to get 5 families together, and we're all going to raise our kids and stuff. That's okay doing that, except for a few things that you would have to not do to keep it halal, let's say, right? But it'd be very difficult to keep those people all together for 20 years. It's very
sorry, which
difficult.
people?
People move. People move. You can't. You have
Oh,
jobs.
yes, a whole five families. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty. It's impossible to actually do that. And most of the people I knew who lived on communes, the communes fell apart eventually. And even the people I knew who were polyamorous, I knew a polyamorous family, and they all fell apart until it was just one man and his wife again.
Mhm.
And that eventually fell apart. And I mean, they weren't Muslims, and they were, on the kinky side sexually, but they were generally okay, nice people otherwise.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So that is his idea is even harder to do. But the idea of having, I think, 5 families and try to do that is sort of like a small community of people doing it. It's not a bad idea I think if they keep the family units as parents. The two parents are raising the kid. He's trying to bypass the parents getting eggs and sperm from places and having a group raise the kids. They don't like it. In the end, they kind of have attachment disorder. That's like bringing up a kid in an orphanage where the people are nice. Kids have attachment disorder. That reactive attachment disorder is horrible. It's a horrible, horrible thing. And I would have to say that what I'm seeing of Vincent, the way he's talking and stuff, he's mad about his past. He's mad about a lot of things, but I don't think he has reactive attachment disorder.
No,
But
I think, I think his therapists are just putting these ideas into his head and they want him to go back to them again and again and making him focus on these things that he should have gotten over years ago. And I know how they kind of want their repeat appointments and everything. I guess a sensible person would be, yeah, we all have bad parents, or we might have, parents who occasionally do bad things that we think are unforgivable, but get over it. But if you're a therapist, you want them to, forever be crying over how terrible his parents were and never get over it and keep going back for his
well,
therapy.
he hasn't resolved this.
No,
This
but
is
he's not intended to because these therapists want his business and they want his money and want to prescribe him all kinds of psychotropic drugs.
well, I'm not real into people seeing psychologists, but I s- I have heard some people that it helped. I heard that some people it helped, like if they had communication problems in their marriage or something. Some of this stuff, but I don't think it's really. I don't see them as the big benefit people seem to think they are, but
Parasitic. They're like lawyers.
something like that. Like let's keep them coming back for more. I don't know. It's not good, and the psychiatrists are pretty much treating everything with the drugs, and they
Yeah.
don't know everything they're doing with that. But yeah, I mean,
And a
Vincent,
lot of it is experimental, like, oh, let them drop acid. It might cure their depression.
but
I mean, that,
Vincent likes talking about his family of origin, and he likes talking about these ideas. Somehow, it's giving him hope, I guess. The idea itself, but people have to um accept what happened in the past. Some people just have a bigger past they have to learn to accept. I'm not saying he has to like that it happened or any of that, but he has to accept that it happened and understand that he can go on. He doesn't want to give up on talk. He doesn't want to give up on it. It's very sad, and I can see why he's depressed. This is I can see why he's depressed. He
if
can't
he would
resolve this.
focus on something more constructive, he wouldn't be so depressed. I mean, it's sort of like, putting a space program in charge of women who like sewing and cooking and hate science. It's like, what you can't expect gay men to, be in charge of producing the next generation. Why would you do a thing? It's like asking a bird to live underwater or a fish to fly. What would be the point? I mean, no wonder he's getting depressed. But then, it's always,
Well, he
I
wants a
mean,
different past. See, that's the thing is, either whatever the horrible past was you had, that's your past. You know,
draw a line under
Islam
it.
Islam makes a point that you talk about destiny a lot in Islam and this sort of thing. Well, it means if it's already happened, it's already happened. You can't change the past.
Yeah, learn from it.
Yeah, you learn from it, and you have your thoughts about it, and you think about it, and you go back and revisit it in your mind and this sort of thing. But this I would think it would be really hard for someone who's gay that didn't like their past and also wants a family of some sort. He wants a family of some sort, obviously. Vincent
Yes,
wants children.
but not enough for him to become straight and take a wife.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, you ever known anyone who married a gay man? It was horrible. I knew. See, my age, I've met all kinds of this stuff. I'm from California, but
Yes, I do.
yeah, this one lady I knew years ago. She got married, and turned out he was gay. And she stayed with him too long. She just
Did they
stayed with.
have children?
Yeah, they had a son, and then they ended up divorced. They had some foster kids. He made a pass at one of the foster kids. It was a big mess, but she stayed with him too long,
Yeah, I
and
mean, yeah.
people want families. They want a human connection, but the big problem with Vincent's idea is his human connection wasn't good when he was a kid. So he's trying to come up with something that he thinks would be better to protect kids. But where's the human connection in it?
Yeah, but it's
Babysitters,
yeah,
babysitters.
yes, and what you said about separation anxiety and it wasn't,
No,
but attachment.
no, reactive attachment disorder. That's why it's very difficult to adopt a kid who's over 2 years old. They do stuff. They burn down houses. You know, they didn't form an attachment. You have to form an attachment to somebody. You have to have a
and they
mommy.
have to be there because imagine it,
It
every
has to
time
be
you
one person. They
yes,
have to form an
yes,
attachment, not a group of people,
however
because they're going to
nice they are.
start coming in and out. It's going to create attachment disorder. This is what causes it, and part of the reason kids have that, and I believe that society, children have different degrees of this. It's just when it gets really bad, you see these really extreme cases of it. They have different degrees of attachment disorder. But if they don't form an attachment to their mother, or, when they're under two, they have real problems later in life, and they are really hard to adopt. They adopted a lot of kids. A lot of Christians had this idea for a while. They were promoting adopting kids from Russia and stuff, from the orphanages. The
Hmm.
kids were a little bit old. They came, and oh my gosh, they did all kinds of things. Then they tried to have other people adopt them. It was a big mess. It was a mess, because they thought they were doing their Christian duty adopting these kids, and they also had kids. And what are they supposed to do now? You got someone in the house. They had to people had to put locks on the doors to keep them from running out at night, doing crazy things and lighting things on fire. It was a big deal. You can read about it. It's pretty awful.
Hmm.
And they have to have an attachment to a human. Even an animal, even animals, mammals have to have an attachment to their mommy bear before mommy bear kicks them out when they're 1 years old in the wild. You know what I'm saying? This, but his idea, it's a speed ticket to attachment disorder, because there's no way you can keep five unrelated families together to group raise kids, especially in this kind of economy where people sometimes have to travel for jobs and stuff or whatever. They move. That's very difficult. I mean, he is right. If it's on a farm, it would be easier. If everybody's living on a farm, that would be easier.
Or a commune.
Yeah, but the communes all fell apart. All the people I knew that were in communes, that those fell apart. They don't last. They don't last, and then the people have to go off on their own.
Mm.
And it just doesn't work out. The commune, unfortunately, the commune is the state you live in. It's the country you live in now.
Yeah, so marriage has been a universally and eternally effective way of raising children. It's like it's a joint enterprise of two of the child's parents who have a biological investment in it, and therefore they will look after it because they're looking after their own interests. But if it's somebody else's kid,
Well, it's not
well,
even looking at somebody else's. No, people can like other people's kids. Irish
yes,
people did. Irish people did. They don't care if the kid's adopted or if it's their own. They don't see much difference between it culturally. I know another culture. They just can't accept adopted kids. That's the same. The other family members can't. So these things, this has to do with thinking and stuff. But um, I think people need to adopt a positive attitude towards people can improve. And if they can do that, if they can think, yeah, society can improve, then they can come up with solutions to help it improve. But they're not going to get it deciding that people are inherently evil and this sort of thing, because basically he's saying two people, they're so evil, they did all this stuff to him when he was a kid, but now they're going to have a commune. We're going to have a whole group of these adults, evil adults, watching over the kid to protect it. It's just not. It's not a positive idea. It's not.
No, because really, even if it worked in theory, I mean, in practice, where, if he got all the artificial wombs he wanted, it, I don't know if you know that he actually wants there to be no women and for just gay men to produce other gay men. That is his ultimate ambition. So, knowing all that, why would anybody support it? Why would half, the human race, who are women, support it? And you would have to ask yourself why he wants to do it. And I think it's simply an assertion of power. I can make these rules.
I don't know.
I can breed my fellow human beings.
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know Vincent. I don't know him personally or anything. But
It's a power fantasy. Of course, it's a power fantasy.
so what you want to say? It's a power fantasy, and that's tied into why he's gay, because he can't stand women so much, so he thinks they need to be dominated out of any power at all.
Well, it eventually eliminated
Mm-hmm.
in his ideal society. When artificial wombs are perfected, and the DNA of two gay men can be merged to produce offspring.
I
Currently,
don't
it's
think the
not possible.
science is there yet for that.
Indeed, but that is his ultimate fantasy. There would be no women, and men can pair up and have children together through artificial wombs. That is the dystopia that he is aiming for. I told him he should write a novel, and probably some movie will be made out of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's got the science fiction element and all that.
Mm-hmm. But to have this power fantasy is, well, I think part of his neurosis, really, or perhaps a desire to escape the powerlessness that most people feel. In order to escape their powerlessness, they have a power fantasy.
I don't know. I don't know him. So, I mean, that could be true for some people, what you're saying, but I don't know Vincent. I don't know
Well,
why he's what about that. I don't know.
I mean, he's admitted that no other gay man shares his desire to, make gay men, I mean, because I admit most practical gay men would think, well, if I really wanted children, I would marry a woman and, father one that way. Because if you did have a child, you would want the child to be in some way under your influence. There's no point pumping and dumping women and leaving your, bastards all over the place and never meeting them. I assume that a man who wanted to be a father would, want to be around as they grew up, so he gets to know them and they love him back, and what I think would be the ideal father and child relationship. That we are successful parents who raise successful children who are loved by them. That kind of fantasy.
Well, I think most people grow up and then see the imperfections in their parents and the imperfections in themselves, and I mean they just see these things eventually. But why be this extreme where you don't see anything good in people? This is very this is very extreme with Vincent. You can have a negative idea about marriage and stuff and not go as far with it as he does. I mean, he is married anyway, right? He's married to a man. So he's not
Yes,
adverse to some sort of committed relationship.
yes, and he's clearly capable of it.
Well, I don't know about capable or not, but I'm saying he's not adverse to it. He decided to be married. His
Yeah,
idea
yeah.
of being married. So
I
he
know
just,
he's been married for 10
he
years.
doesn't want to be married. He doesn't want to be around women or whatever. Okay.
But I suppose that, we
But
kind of
his
pair up
idea
well.
is not the answer for his idea isn't what's going to create a better society as time goes on. It's,
No,
it's not his idea. You need more stable parents bringing their kids up, so they're more stable. Kids need. You can read it in the child development books. Kids need a real stable sort of upbringing so they can deal with the unstable world that we're in. And they
indeed.
can't do it if everything's being made more and more unstable at lower and lower ages, which is part of the problem with all this trans stuff in the schools and stuff. It's totally making confusing kids. It's making them question every moment whether their truth is the same as the other truth. I mean, it's basically bringing people up with no stability. So they have to have the stability when they're young so they can say no to it. The best people I've known, uh, people brought up in religions, have been Catholics, to be honest, because they did not have this idea like Protestants did about things had to be fair. The Catholics were not brought up in a fair environment in the church or in the Catholic schools or anything. It was not. So and nobody belly acted. You just knew, okay, that family had more money. They were the big donators. They got to be in the parade, whatever. It was like that. You didn't think life was going to be fair. And so when they went out and got jobs, they were pretty good workers on a job because they didn't think their employer was necessarily going to be fair and somehow they're going to have to fight that. They were just going to have to solve their problem. Their thinking
Yeah,
was a
they
little
didn't
bit.
have a chip on their shoulder.
Well, I don't know if they had a chip or not, but they didn't think you were going to be able to argue with the boss and get them to, like, they wouldn't go do something like write a letter to their boss because the receptionist at work was being a jerk to them and then think they were going to keep their job when the receptionist was keeping the books. It's not going
Mm,
to happen. You know what I mean? Like, you just had to
mm,
wise up and just, to think it was just different.
yeah.
So it was kind of like that. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think Vincent basically is the antithesis to secular Quranism because he's trying to do his breeding without traditional marriage.
Well, he
And
doesn't have a
this is
criteria
what he's
for it.
left with.
He doesn't have a
Hmm?
criteria for. He doesn't have a criteria for this eugenics he's talking about. He's avoiding the big question of who's going to decide who gets to exist and doesn't, and who's deciding this sort of status. He doesn't have the criteria for. He doesn't have a criteria for it.
Yes, exactly. So I was asking him in this, gay, world of all gay men, how how is a gay man to know how to choose a leader? You know, I mean, there's just sort of nothing. I mean, is it going to be, the person who's best at sex, or what? And of course, it would be, the pairings would be. significant about, how successful you are going to be. And, if gay men keep not not staying in stable relationships, then it's going to be difficult for them to build on what they have. And the other thing I think gay people would have a problem with is that they don't have children, and they don't have dealings with the opposite sex, and this is kind of difficult for them to in a way prove themselves, because I think what heterosexuals have the advantage of doing is that in terms of a national leader, usually the national leader is in his 50s because he would have grown up children by the time he's in his 50s. And these grown up children will be a credit to him. And then people might think, okay, he's good enough to, be our leader because his kids are okay and his wife is obviously, he chose a good woman. But and that was why bachelors never get to be, president of the United States. I believe there was one who was a terrible one. Was there not, Carol?
Oh, I don't know.
I did look this up. I forgot his
I
name.
can't imagine. I can't imagine one not married. I know that used to be they couldn't be divorced. I think Reagan broke that rule. Ronald Reagan. I'm not sure if there was someone earlier who was divorced or not, but the divorce was like the kiss of death in politics up until the 60s. Pretty much. And
yes, but I mean the thing was that if you're going to be the leader of the nation, that was the kind of weeding out process. If he hasn't managed to find himself a wife, no. If his children are too young, no. And now it can be anyone.
well, it was I don't know. This
James
isn't good what's
Buchanan.
going on. This just isn't good what's going on.
James Buchanan was the American president who was a bachelor.
Mm-hmm.
In office 1853 to 1856. He didn't stay very long. No, sorry, did I get it right? 57 to 61.
Oh, 57, 1957. They had a
Sorry,
bachelor.
1857.
Oh,
1857 to
1857.
1861.
Okay.
Yes, it was a while back.
Well, I don't know. You always bring in so many different aspects of the whole situation. I was just mostly tripping on what I keep wanting to call him Bruno. Vincent was saying, uh, in relation to his depression and stuff. And this isn't his idea isn't going to.
He's not going to run, but I stream with him because he's a nice foil to my secular Quranism.
Not most people don't want to hear. Most people today, and any other time, they don't want to hear that they were the product of a one night stand behind some bar, or that their dad was a sperm donor, number 6552, or most people aren't very interested. They're not too happy with that idea. Most people. Like a lot of these people find out they're sperm donors. There was one, the red-haired sperm donor is what I call him. He'd had so many kids, and all these people were trying to find each other, and all these siblings that were half siblings somehow had found out about each other, and were all, trying to meet each other and everything because they want to know who their parents are. They want to know who their dad was. Even though he was just a sperm donor. It's not. Humans are made to have families. That they're wired that way. to try to have a family and try to do stuff. Everything in society is brainwashing them away from that. Here in California particularly, they're brainwashing you into thinking you don't need that. It's not this is all wrong. The whole thing's just wrong, and you can't convince people. And people keep saying they're supposed to be happy every minute. I don't know who who was happy every minute growing up, or happy every minute in school, or happy every minute anywhere. And yeah, you can go through a few months being really out of it or whatever. I mean, who decided all this? It's some idea that's not real, because people are going to get sick. They are going to have problems. People are going to die. Right? People
It's sort of like, I mean, it's kind of efficient in a way. It's like, yeah, we're going to divide people into groups, and these groups are supposed to look after each other and not be a burden on the state. That is the whole point. And the micro version of this is, I don't know if this ever happened in American schools, but in British schools, what they do when they take the children out on school trips is that they pair the children up and say, look, today you're paired up with, this other child, and you have to both look after each other and make sure that, you don't get lost and blah, blah. And that is, the beginnings of this buddy system. Yeah, it's a buddy system, right? To pair people up so they have somebody to go to when they, when there's, to confer with and whatever. And the family is just a bigger group of this. And it works, doesn't it? I mean, it obviously works because it's so universal, because, people in different parts of the world, very far from each other, got this idea too. And we also know what happens to societies who don't practice marriage. They would be primitive. They would be.
Well, it's very, very, very hard I mean, let's say you're a hunter gatherer by yourself, to take care of going through a pregnancy by yourself. Pretty much impossible.
Well, yeah. So if you were a nomad, you would, okay, I guess you'd be, with your group, and you probably have sex with any member of the group, and nobody much cares because you're all a group anyway. But then the fathers wouldn't be that sure whether, the kid, their sex partner had was really theirs, and maybe they would do what the least they needed to do about hunting and gathering, and they wouldn't really care that much about the children of the tribe. But once they settled down and were apportioned land and knew they had to produce children in order to help them farm the land, to be the labor force, that was probably when ideas of marriage became concretized and even more practiced. I mean, don't you think that must have been how the practice became, more general, because it was even more needed to, well, just produce a labor force. And oh yes, and also about the Neanderthals. I think the Neanderthals must have been, nomadic and poly
Well, I
poly
know
polyamory.
polyamorous. Yeah, I know that Irish people, like when somebody got married, then they'd start saying, "Have you had any help yet?" Right? The kid was the help.
Mm,
The help on the farm was the kid.
yeah.
So I mean, I don't know about all this stuff. I just know that society needs a stable family for kids to grow up in, and then what they do as adults, they can go decide. Those
Yes.
kids are better off making decisions as an adult than those who came from unstable backgrounds because there's too much anxiety and stuff. So there's different degrees of that. I mean, I guess there's Aussie inherit family. I don't know. Vincent's probably right. There probably isn't an Aussie inherit family or a my father knows best. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe people never really did get to that perfection, but it was good enough, I think, that they produced humans that were willing to be self-sacrificing for society and to go to war when they needed to defend their families. And this is a big deal. And if you think you can't suffer and you're trying to create a life where there's no suffering, you cannot create the type of people who will defend the family and defend their country. It won't happen.
Yes,
They're too
I mean,
weak. They're too weak. You have to suffer. I mean, you want to talk about suffering, go on bivouac in the military. Walk around wet boots and, jumping in the mud. And I mean, this is not that there's some suffering involved there. Maybe it's just a short time, but going to war is horrible. Major suffering. Seeing your best friends die, all this kind of stuff. It's really horrible.
no pain, no gain.
Well, I'm just saying we need all these things. So that's okay. So if we're going to have these great elite high IQ Mensa people just breeding with each other, and that's going to be the big race, are these the ones who are going to be able to go into battle?
Well,
Fight in a
they're in
war?
skirts now, the military.
Well, the
The
military,
senior
yeah, this
military.
is yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the military's been ruined. They ruined the military. But I'm saying this is not, none of this is good that we're seeing in the West.
Yes,
This
and
isn't
it has to
thing.
be corrected as soon as possible. And I've been
Yeah.
telling Vincent that actually he has a role. I mean, he could have a constructive role. So instead of his crazy ideas, he could actually do something useful by getting on board with all, this secular. It's like of course, people are going to laugh and mock, but the thing is, you win arguments so easily. I mean, don't you find that you win a lot of arguments? You won more arguments after you knew the Quran than before you read the Quran and knew it. Would you say that, Carol?
Oh, I don't think I've changed that much since I became Muslim, to tell you the truth. But I that's why I think that Islam can be the religion for the West in the future, because a lot of the values and stuff are the same as my dad's
Yeah, I
values.
mean, I've been trying to say that actually the Quran supports the First Amendment, and that is the
Well, it
greatest
can be
achievement of the
interpreted that way.
American
It
people,
can be
really.
interpreted that way, and I'm all for the idea of
Interpreting it that way, I
white
hope.
people white people reinterpreting Islam within their own culture. I'm totally for that. That's what they did with Christianity.
Mhm.
The Christianity that went through Europe and stuff was not the Christianity that was going on in Jerusalem. You know what I mean?
Well, I
It's
found
a
out
Middle
quite a
East.
few
It was a
interesting
Middle
things
East. It was a
about
Middle East religion.
Christianity.
It was a Middle East religion and an idea, and they took it. So if people if Christianity can't step up to the plate somehow and be the inspiration for people, then I say the Europeans need to co-opt Islam and define it in such a way that is useful in their culture and use it. I
Yeah,
don't
and
think it's a good idea.
Americans need to say, well, maybe all our economic, social, and political problems is something to do with not having a religion, an official religion. And oh, hey, Washington, in his farewell speech, which will be read on the 22nd of this month, said something about, oh, we must, with caution, indulge supposition that morality can be maintained without religion. But that religion cannot be Christianity. So what could it be? Not Hinduism, surely, not Buddhism or Judaism.
Well, I'm just looking at it in a more simpler manner. If people really believe that Islam is going to take over the West, right?
Jump before your bush.
Then Westerners need to take over Islam.
That's right.
That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at what George Washington had to say about this. I'm saying is that usually if there's an idea and if you don't like it, what you see people do is they co-opt the idea themselves and then they take it over. I mean, that's what has to happen in the West, not
Mhm,
this larping around like foreigners that you see going on.
mhm.
You know what I'm saying? It's counter to Western civilization. A lot of the thinking, a lot of the behaviors and the thinking, and it's just it's not working. This
Well, I mean, the founding fathers, the ones who rejected the Trinity, they could be called proto-Muslim. If they believed in God but rejected the Trinity, they were proto-Muslim,
well,
weren't
maybe, but
they?
Jefferson wasn't going to be told what to do about anything, from what I could tell. He's just I don't know. I did the idea of the United States had a unique idea, and they were able to do it because they didn't have a culture here already that was strong enough to resist these white guys coming in.
Yeah,
So,
because they were a matriarchy, the Native Americans, because they didn't practice marriage, and of course they were helpless against the monogamous Europeans.
well,
It
it
was
didn't.
so
I don't think it had to do with that. I think I think it was just had to do with that there were two small tribals. It's the same problem they had in Ireland. Really, they weren't. They weren't. They weren't able to. They weren't like a nation in the
yeah,
sense of.
they didn't have the class
Mhm.
system the English had, and the English
And they
were
were
in a way
fighting each
helped by
other.
the Roman conquest.
Yeah, and they were fighting each other already. So this well, anyway, what was I trying to say? Oh, this particular experiment that went on in the United States, I would like to see it continue. Okay? I'd like to see it continue where there's freedom of religion, where freedom of speech, this stuff. No, but I don't like this circus that's going on. You know what
Well,
I'm saying? But I want it to continue the way it was in the Constitution, freedom of religion, this and that. So I'm not saying that the United States can pick a religion in that way, but I can see.
you can pick a religion that supports freedom of belief, which is what the Islam is.
Yeah, but the Constitution isn't written that way, Claire. You're talking. It's get coming down to having to redo the
Yeah,
Constitution itself.
the Constitution does need to be reconstituted, just because otherwise you'll
But
be,
I don't. I wasn't
adding
brought
all
up.
these amendments
I
to it.
wasn't brought up in that. I was brought up where you had total freedom, and it will not be total freedom once you do that.
Well, there's no total freedom. There is never total freedom
Well,
anyway.
not now, not now, but when I was growing up, you really had total freedom of ideas and exploring ideas. Yes, you did. You certainly did.
And then the Overton window moved.
Yeah,
And we want it to stay in the same place so
yeah,
the laws don't keep changing
yeah.
and society gets
But
some stability.
Islam itself is a good idea, but it has to be. I don't want to say
Accepted.
reformed. I don't want to say reformed. It has to be rearticulated in white culture, and that's not there yet. It's not.
They don't. People don't want to talk about it. That is a problem. The Muslims don't want to talk about it because they're waiting for the green light to be given to them by the media,
Well,
and
they
the
don't want to
media.
give up power, Claire. They don't want to give up their idea of power. They don't want to give that up. If much as I think most of these immigrants need to take a hike back to their countries, they could be useful in promoting voting against these Democrats.
Indeed,
At least they would stand up and showed up and said we don't want these dirty books in front of our kids
yeah,
at the school. At
particularly
least
in
they tried.
Michigan. Mhm.
Well, yeah, in Michigan, but the guy that started that and spearheaded it. I mean, I've got my own issues about him and his family dragging, Americans into a war. I'm not. There's a lot of issues going on here. It would have been better if in my view, if Islam was a natural thing that people were interested in. But what's going on now is repelling people from Islam. When I became Muslim, there was not this identity politics stuff going on like this. It predated that, so it wasn't seen as you're a traitor to your wife, not your wife, your race, that you became Muslim or something. It was just weird. It was weird as hell, but it wasn't seen as being a traitor to your race or a traitor to your
Well, I mean, the
people.
answer to this is that you haven't turned brown yet, Carol, have you?
Well, it's not going to happen, Claire, if it hasn't happened already. Yeah, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not the.
exactly.
I'm
And
not going
the
to do that.
people who go on about it are being silly, and they go on about culture and
Well,
whatever. It's like,
culture is
well, the
important.
culture's
Culture
changed
is
from
important. Culture is important. I don't think there's any
no, but
reason
the
that
culture
white
has
Americans
changed
need to start
even
acting
without
like they're
immigration.
Arabs. I don't think they need to LARP around like that. It is counterproductive to white Western culture to have this many people coming in that are oppositional
Yeah,
towards.
because yes, but you can't do anything about it until you use the organizing force that is religion, and therefore I mean, how can you do anything without a rule system that the people who want to do this thing agree to do?
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
but they
it's
can't.
like,
They
well,
can't.
we
They're
want to
not
attack that.
attractive, Claire. This is not attractive. What I'm seeing now. When I became Muslim, Islam was had an attraction. It was attractive. This is not attractive. What we're seeing going on, and this
Well,
is
it's
like
still better
this
than
is planned
Christianity.
chaos to push in a socialist, communist fall of our government and of Western Europe. This is disgusting. The whole thing, and people don't see that, and they just I can't make people see things the way I see it. But these the majority of these, especially the ones that are tearing into Europe, these single guys, in the United States, there's less single guys coming in. It's more families and stuff. This mess that's going on in Europe, they need to stop it. They need
They
to
can't
send those
stop
people
it
home.
because, listen, Carol, the people in charge of European nations are bought and paid for by neocons who answer to Uncle Sam in Washington, and they're going to be doing whatever orders they receive from Washington. And this is the reality of it. That's why the entire West, which is a political expression which includes Australasia, has the same problem. It's full of immigrants and the same social and economic policies. And it all comes from your country. And it comes from your country because you don't have a religion.
Claire, I told you before, the United States, the government, these people are not, they're traitors. They are not
Yes, I know,
serving the
but
people.
we're just talking about what would work in theory.
Well, they're using the United States for the military
Yes,
as such,
I
but
know,
this
but
is
okay,
not.
so everything is corrupted, everything is compromised, but the only way to fix it would be to think, in theory, we need to do X in order to, get the result we want. I mean, I mean, are you really going to disagree with me if I said the problem is you don't have a religion, and this means Congress has the power of an absolute monarch over the American people. Congress can make any law it likes.
No, I don't
Congress,
think Congress can make any law likes anymore. I think it's gone past that. I think it's much worse what's going on here than what you're saying. Okay, they can't make any law they want. They won't be in office. I think almost all of them have been compromised in some way because
exactly.
this
So there will
is ridiculous what's going on. It's ridiculous.
So, but I'm saying that's the problem, because the whole point of having a list of laws that Americans would have to follow if they adopted Islam or whatever they want to, Americans would then know that anything that any legislation that Congress passed that went against those principles would be ultra vires, meaning beyond the power of Congress. And that is why a theocracy is needed in theory and practice. I mean, right now we have senior people in politics not daring to define what a woman is. Westerners are the international laughing stock. I mean, forget the children being confused. The adults are confused, not just ordinary average people. But academics, they don't dare define a woman. It's ridiculous. But anyway, the definition
I went to
of
a
a woman
doctor here.
can be found in the Quran. I mean, that chapter 49, verse 13.
I went to a doctor here last year, I think, or maybe a little bit more than that. And they said, "What's your gender?" They started that stuff. I said, if the doctor doesn't know what my gender is, then I want to go to a different doctor.
Yes, what are your pronouns?
Yeah, they want to know. I just said, if the doctor needs to ask me that, I want a different doctor. I actually said something. I said, if the doctor can't tell, then I want a different doctor. That's what I said to him. And she kind of like, well, we have to ask. I said, well, do you? Doesn't make, I can get kind of snarky back. This whole stuff is ridiculous, but I don't know what the answer is for the United States. It would be good if we had a Western version of Islam. It would be good. I think if white people articulated it in their culture, people would find it acceptable.
It's simpler than that, Carol. It's just Americans asking whether their problems are caused by America not having an official religion. That's all they need to ask.
I think I have a problem with that because we have part of it's because we have so many religions here, but part of it is in some parts of the United States.
You don't even have to argue it out. It's just that idea that America needs a religion because of the problem. Because if you don't have a religion, then Congress will just make any law up as it likes. Okay, an example would be just supposing Americans decided to be Nazis. But then Americans would know that they would be a people who hated Jews and have to be mean to them and, expel them or maybe invade Poland. But that would be the American identity, just supposing. And therefore, if Congress passed a law saying we have to be nice to Jews now, we have to let them go first, and we have to marry them, and when we invite them back into our country again, we have to give them extra privileges and tax breaks, then Americans would know that something had happened and Congress was doing something peculiar that went against the principles of Nazism. For example, that's all I'm saying, Carol.
Well, the people, I don't think the whole idea of America works when you're dealing with non-religious people to this extent. I mean, it was okay to have people who were questioning about religion or this sort of thing. I don't think and that was something I thought when I was in junior high. Even though I wasn't religious, I thought, it just doesn't work unless people have that kind of morality where you think you're supposed to, you have responsibility towards other people. It doesn't. This materialistic kind of thing that's gotten to the point now, this isn't conducive to this country either.
Yeah, but I mean, do you remember a time when it was social death to be known as an atheist? Because the presumption was that, well, if you're an atheist, then nobody can trust you because if you thought you could get away with murder, robbery, rape,
Well, I was
then you
brought up
won't.
in an odd town. I was brought up in an odd town, so I'm not sure, but I think that was
Well, but
definitely
not
the problem in Texas and the Bible Belt of the United States and atheists was something unheard of. But yeah,
an atheist president also would be unheard of.
yeah, it would have been. Yeah, that wouldn't have happened. Yeah,
But it's
but we
all
had a Quaker. I think we
spreading.
had a Quaker president.
Hmm.
I think I remember seeing a bunch of Quaker ladies around some president that won an election. Not one. I don't think it was when I was alive, but earlier,
Hmm.
before World War II, maybe. And
Yes, but I was actually thinking of, of the time of the founding fathers when it was social death to be considered an atheist.
well,
And
it was if you weren't some sort of Christian, you weren't considered a white man. That was a problem. You weren't
mhm,
considered white as a white. You weren't considered European. That's why some of these religions we have in the United States, they're called types of Christianity and they're not. And one of
well,
them is,
Mormons are technically Christian, aren't they?
huh?
Mormons are technically Christian.
Oh, Mormons don't believe in the Trinity. They believe in a
No, no, but
progression of.
you,
What I'm saying is like Christian Scientists, something like Christian Scientists, those things that fall under New Thought. Um, I don't consider that a Christian religion. But you had to be a church, like even Unitarian Universalists and these things. You had to be going to a church. You had to seem like some sort of Christian, even if you started dissecting their theology and realized it was just sort of almost a disguise for what they were really teaching. We have that. We had that. Yeah, you had to be some kind of Christian, or you were considered a barbarian,
beyond
a non
heathen.
European. Yeah,
Mhm.
heathen. You were just some sort of heathen if you went native and became a shaman, or if you did something like that. It was just too weird.
Mm.
But Jefferson, I'm not sure Jefferson believed too much of Christianity from what I'm looking at.
No, well, the Jefferson Bible is an interesting document, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he took some stuff out, but
Well,
the way
he
he lived
took
his
out the
life. I'm
Pauline
telling you, Claire,
epistle.
that guy did not care what other people thought.
Yeah, well,
He had a
because
dinner table. He's at the dinner table. People come over to see him, and they're seeing oh God, I forgot her name for a minute here. Sally Hemings' kids, right? Because Sally
mhm,
Hemings was
the
1/4
slave.
black. Yeah, she was his slave. I guess like a slave wife, I guess. But she was 1/4 black.
Hmm.
All right, and so her kids. I mean, he had some that looked just like him, and they're like standing in the background at his dinner party, serving food and stuff. And people visiting are just like, my God, those are his kids. Like people who weren't from the South that would come and visit, they didn't know what to think about it. He just lived his life the way he wanted to, pretty much. Jefferson.
Hmm.
And
But
hmm?
yeah, but the
But you could not say he could never come out and say I'm not a Christian. You couldn't do that back then. You could hardly
he
do
was
that.
talking about being a
You couldn't
Unitarian.
really do that until the 60s in the United
That's
States.
right. Hmm.
You really couldn't run around and act like uh I mean some people did in California, but California was always kind of odd, but yeah, you couldn't necessarily go out and start acting like you weren't Christian at all. I mean, you could be a bad Christian, or you could go join some church that was borderline New Thought, and the spiritualists. I mean, they had the spiritualists. A lot of that they had spiritualists. You could do that. You could do the Quaker thing. You could do different things. But when you said where are you going, you said you were going to church.
Yeah, not temple
Mm-mm. Mm-mm, no,
or synagogue.
a little bit. I mean, later, a little bit later, but not. Yeah, no.
Mm.
So back when the founding fathers, you had to be some kind of a Christian to be a
Considered for
European
office.
man. A European man.
Or considered for office.
That's why they said you were gone native. You turned traitor on your own people. That's
Mm.
why people say I'm a traitor to the white people because I became Muslim. But when I became Muslim, at that time, becoming a different religion was not viewed as being a traitor to white people exactly, except maybe with the clan people and those people.
Oh, clan people. I spoke to David Duke
Mm. Mm-hmm.
last Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
and to my surprise, I've been invited back on this Sunday.
Oh,
I think
nice.
it's Central Time, 7 p.m.
Uh-huh. Good. Good.
You could call in too. You're back in the States, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
How does it feel to be back?
Oh, I've only been here a couple of days. That's okay.
Well, it's good to have you back,
Mhm.
so we can hear you. And
Yeah, internet,
okay,
bad internet where I was at. Yeah.
oh, good. So we can expect to see more of
Mm-hmm.
you.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of too much more to say here. I don't want to
Oh,
bore everyone to death.
no, I just wanted to. There was something on the tip of my tongue that I wanted to run by you. Oh, yes, my latest idea, which is
Mm-hmm.
the narrative that Jews, Christians, and Muslims are cursed by God because of their disobedience, and World War III is going to be divine punishment unless ... dot dot dot. Or have I said this to you before?
Well, yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Okay. Well, what do you think of promoting? I mean, it's easy to understand, isn't it? And nobody's going to deny it. I mean, no Jew or Christian or Muslim is saying, "Oh no, what are you talking about, Claire? We've been perfectly obedient all these centuries. We never put a foot wrong. Everything's fine." They wouldn't be able to even think of saying that. I don't think.
Well, that's kind of like everyone's going to be condemned because of the sins of some.
Unless,
That's a pretty Jewish idea of,
yeah.
but Islam
So
doesn't believe that.
believe in what?
A collective punishment for everybody in a community who
Where does it say? Where does it say not? I mean, I don't remember any verse about collective punishment, but that is not to say that God does not believe in collective punishment, because he certainly believes in collective punishment for Jews. So why not
because
Gentiles?
in Islam we're not held accountable for the sins of others. As an individual, I'm not held accountable for the sin of the person next to me or in the community, unless you involve yourself in the sin too.
Well, it could be that as a Muslim, because you didn't follow some law, uh, you didn't obey some commandment,
Well, you're going to have repercussions from not following the law, but not a collective punishment where all Muslims are going to be punished. This is not an idea all Muslims are going to be punished. Like part of the idea of the
well, if
Holocaust
all
idea
Muslims
was this was a punishment, a collective punishment for us not being good enough Jews. There were some rabbis that were promoting that idea. We don't have that in Islam.
But surely, if all Muslims fail to obey a certain commandment, that must mean collective punishment follows, and indeed it has followed.
Well, you have repercussions from it. You see it now from the
Yeah,
breakdown of unity. You see that.
Yeah, yeah, and it can all be attributed. Oh well, your empire crashed and burned because you ignored this verse and that verse and the other one and whatever. I
Yeah, but
mean, you can actually,
it's not that God sent some big punishment on you for it. It was the result of your own actions of
yeah, yeah.
not
The
doing
sin
what you
is
need
its
to
own
do.
punishment. The sin is its own punishment. So, well, I think that's a pretty good now. The thing is, it can't be disproved. Of course, they're not going to like it, but they can't say, "Oh no, we never disobeyed it. We obeyed it perfectly." Well, they didn't, and well, in particular, I'm talking about chapter 18, verse 4.
What was that?
Admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son. I mean, the Jews are equally guilty, but I guess they have more of an
What was it
excuse.
again? What is it?
Admonish those who claim that God has begotten a son.
Oh yeah.
So, because Muslims didn't obey it, they suffered from the Crusades.
They
And then,
admonish people all the time over this. Nobody cares.
no,
I
no,
mean,
no,
they do
it's
it
not
all the time.
enough for ordinary Muslims to admonish ordinary Christians. It's got to be done by a national leader of an Islamic state. And the individuals admonished would have to be either the Pope, the Archbishop of Canterbury, or um, a monarch supported by by divine right. We've never done the Muslims have never done it. I've asked so many Muslims, they can't think of a time when any Muslim leader actually questioned the Trinity formally.
Questioned it.
Well, ask. Okay, the form it would have to take would be, how is Christianity not idolatry? Anticipating their answer, which is, it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if he is indeed God. How is Jesus God? Just two questions.
Well, I think Muslims have been very clear. They don't believe that, and they don't think it's right thinking. And
Yeah, yeah, but they don't admonish the most
admonishing,
important Christians of all.
admonishing isn't. It's not a harsh thing if you look up the definition of admonish. It's you're trying to tell them gently. Look, man, the
Yeah,
idea is
yeah, it
you
doesn't
do.
work. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. These liars, these atheists, they don't give a shit that they're guilty of idolatry. They don't give a shit. They don't.
Well, why would an atheist worry about it? An atheist wouldn't worry about it. No.
Exactly. So all this time, these people calling themselves Christians have been lying, atheist hypocrites, and they should be exposed. And it's
Well,
so easy. So why don't they
I
do it?
think Muslims did expose that. I
No,
think they
they have
did.
not. They haven't done it now, and they're still too shit scared to do it. They won't do it, will they? Can you think of anyone who's done it? No.
Well, they've given some Qurans to some people. I know that.
No, that's not enough. Message needs to be sent to the Pope, the Archbishop of Canterbury, or I guess Charles would be the most powerful monarch, in theory anyway, of Christendom. So that's all that needs to be done. Are they
Isn't
going
that
to do?
what that crowd in Manchester spends all their time over there at Speaker's Corner ranting
Speaker's
about?
Corners in Hyde Park in London.
Yeah, right. Aren't they over there doing that all the time?
No, but no, it has to be addressed to somebody in charge or nominally in charge. It can't be to any sort of dumb Christian passing by who doesn't know anything anyway. It's got to be officially and publicly directed to either the Archbishop of Canterbury or Charles.
Charles? I'm not sure Charles believes in any of it, but okay.
Yeah, he's supposed to because he's the head
Yeah.
of the Church of England.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not. I mean, nothing's going to happen other than your letter will be ignored or whatever. But still, they won't do it. And I'm saying because they won't do it, we're all cursed by God. Hypocrites are cursed by God.
No, we don't
according
have
to-
that. No. Look, in Islam, if somebody else does it, then you're not required to.
Yeah, well,
And this is it's
who
like
is doing it?
burying
Who is
somebody.
doing
It's
it?
like burying somebody. Somebody's dead. The whole community is responsible for burying that person until one person does. The leaders and stuff don't have to say anything about this because you got all these other people ranting and raving, doing these apologetics and insulting everybody at Speaker's
Yeah, they
Corner and
need to.
everywhere else.
Yes, well, they need to know. These Christians who still think they've gotten away with it after all these centuries.
Well, I think they
still
know
think they've
because
gotten
their
away with
churches
it.
are going empty.
No,
churches are
the
empty.
point is that there is an obligation to minimize suffering, and the longer you don't give it to them good and hard, but right between the eyes, they will remain in denial.
Oh, so you're saying because uh the I guess the Christian leader, I mean these people in the European countries or in the United States and Australia or whatever, because they're prolonging this misery because the Muslim leaders aren't holding them to the thing and saying, look, you guys are messing up because of this and
Yeah.
I see.
The refusing to even talk about secular Quranism. There are all these academics who know about it, and they are making a point of not talking about it. They won't even mock it. The Guardian won't even mock it. I have a hater on Facebook, and he was doing his damnedest to get the Guardian to do a hit piece on me, and even got his journalist friend to ask me a list of preliminary questions, and I answered them, and the editor said, no, we're not publishing that story.
Mm-hmm.
And, I know that there's Tehran. Do you remember speaking to Tehran? Tehran
Taiwan.
Poo, the American Muslim living in Manchester.
Kind of. I remember this name.
Yeah. Well, he's got this channel, and it's full of Islamic academics who won't be seen dead talking about secular Quranism. I'm not expecting them to praise it, but they won't talk about it. These hypocrites, and he won't talk about it either.
I don't
Because
I don't know if I had a weird personality or what. I don't know why there is such a reluctance. Okay, maybe more Muslims are like that. I don't understand why a bunch of converts to Islam will not discuss ideas about Islam. I don't understand that.
because they're stupid and they're scared and they don't want Muslims to hate on them, I guess.
Well, maybe that's why. I don't know. I can't relate to this because I don't understand how these same people could have became Muslim in the first place if they didn't kind of
Hypocrites.
question things and stuff. I don't understand it. So
Hypocrites.
for me, it's a little bit hard to. I can't really say why people can't even talk about an idea. I don't know
Well,
what happened.
Well, I don't know. Okay, I have this friend who I've known for years, who I know he's read the book because he gave me a list of typos, and I said,
Oh,
"Thank you
your
very
book,
much."
Secular Coranism? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah, so he gave me this long list, and I thanked him for all the typos, and then I said, "What about the substance? I mean, what about the actual book? Are you going to say?" And for some reason, he can't bring himself to talk about it.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so, 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 so there's something weird about the book. He's not the only one. There've been people who say, "I read your book. I got your book. I read it. It's rubbish." And I said, "Okay. Was there anything you disagreed? Just identify a sentence, um, incorrect information, an unsound argument. Just anything." And they can't do it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, can it be that I've made no error of logic or it's very strange. It's a kind of neurosis. Maybe they just can't talk about it for some reason.
Well, I don't know anybody. When I start talking about, the West needs to come up pretty much with its own uh, cultural articulation of Islam, people think I'm crazy. They're not saying it, but it's happened before in our history. It happened before when they became Christian.
Yes, so really, what I think is the problem is that they need the green light to come from uh, CNN, CNBC, MSNBC. You
They
know,
just
or
don't. They don't. They just don't. They don't believe. I think they just don't believe in your idea, Claire, and they don't like a bunch of your conclusions in it. But I'm not. I don't look. There is
they
not a
don't.
single school of thought in Islam, right? They all were developments in history after the prophet's death. All of them. And
Yes,
every,
of course they have
okay, but
been.
they won't. Nobody wants to say that, and then they'll come up with something. You have to have a chain going back to the prophet. Well, you got the Quran that goes back to the prophet. How a school of thought thinks and looks and develops a law and its theology is its own rule making. It's its own criteria. They come up with their own criteria when they did that. So
They
I don't
reason
know.
by analogy and develop the theme of whatever it is. It's the same with any legal system. There's so many similarities, and but then you realize all legal systems have this structure and skeleton, and
But
so I
isn't
think the problem is that people can't, for their own reasons. Okay, maybe it's too much. It's a taboo, obviously. People don't want to be confronted with the fact that their political system and their religion has crashed and burned. They just can't talk about it. I guess it's a big thing to, I'm not going to be fair. Well, I mean, who wants to be told that that they have the wrong religion, going way back to the, 380?
is religion, religious institutions, and these things develop over time, and it goes from a more a liberal acceptance of what it was to becoming more and more rigid. The reason these different groups split off into different groups is because they started becoming more rigid in their thinking about what was acceptable or not. That's why I'm so against all the takfiring and stuff that goes on. At the
Well,
time of the prophet's death, when he died, the people disagreed. They all went to the same masjid. They all
I
went to
think
the
that,
same place.
I think it's just kind of status seeking and kind of playground, oh, you said the wrong word, you said the wrong thing, and I'm better than you because I didn't say the wrong thing, and you did, and it's silly, but people. Well, I'd rather they did that than argue about the really silly things that people argue about. I mean, there's so many things that you think it's a kind of attempt at distracting people. When you see all these sort of news items that people seem to be so earnestly discussing when they should be discussing more important things. And it seems people don't really want to be talking about the important things.
Muslims themselves do talk about reforms and stuff sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know why there is such a reluctance for Muslims to just have an open discussion about it. I don't know why, but that there are some, like Tariq Ramadan was one. Before he had his own little scandal that went on, and he was talking about Islamic reform with Sunnis and stuff. But I don't know why there's this idea that only there's a select few can talk about it and the wider community can't. I don't know why they think me, a housewife from California, I can't say anything about my faith. I'm not allowed to say anything about it. Okay? I'm not supposed to be able to say anything about it because I don't know Arabic and I don't know.
Yeah, well, they do. They do that to me too. So,
No.
so I mean, the only thing. Okay, this is how I deal with them. It's like, well, all your so-called authentic Islamic interpretations have not helped you retain your empire. The caliphate is gone. You are, in disarray.
Well, they broke unity. They broke unity.
Exactly.
Those
So,
Sunnis
and
broke
therefore,
unity.
yeah, and therefore, there's no, they can't convincingly say that everything I say about the Quran must, by definition, be wrong because I'm female or not Muslim. Because, I mean, I use a literal and permissive interpretation and will not, I'm not obviously going to be interpreting things away or interpreting things into it. Oh, okay, then that may be controversial, but the thing is,
Well, everybody interprets into it. Everybody interprets
but
into the
I mean, it
Quran
won't be
by
obviously
their view
worse than
about
their
what they're believing.
interpretation. I'm
It's
sorry?
not just, I said everybody interprets themselves into the Quran when they read it by their ideas about it. Like if they're going to take it literal or metaphorical, this sort of thing. They all do that. You have an outer meaning, inner meaning, this sort of thing. Everybody does that. But this idea that people can't discuss it unless I
Well, I reject that, and we can discuss it, and we do discuss it. And really, Carol, the people we want to discuss it are people in the media. And I guess, they don't have CIA clearance or something. Because I think what we're saying is newsworthy. We are asking questions that
you're
should be answered.
you're fighting this from two areas. First of all, you have the non-Muslims in the West saying we hate Muslims, Islam, it's a sick religion, it's patriarchal, it's all this. Then you have the immigrants coming in that are saying the non-Muslims can have nothing to say about our religion. These converts can have nothing to say about our religion. We're the power structure for Islam. You're fighting all of that by even
No,
bringing the
all
subject
I have
up.
to do is go straight to, well, CNN, or maybe just CIA, who control American and the rest of Western media.
They don't want white people becoming Muslim. Nobody wants white people becoming Muslim hardly. The
Well,
immigrants don't want it, but the way they're behaving, if they want white people to become Muslim, they're doing everything wrong.
but
Okay? And the
okay,
people who aren't Muslim don't want white people becoming Muslim. So
Okay, but
CNN
it's
is
not
not going to help this because
okay.
CNN is Zionist. The last thing they want to see is a big rise of white people Muslims. They want to see
Okay.
that.
I understand that the liberal media will not be supporting this, but I think, ultimately it's Trump supporters, and I know they're going to be very Christian. And have you looked up Paula White?
No,
Well, apparently she's his spiritual advisor.
Paula White,
Yes,
Trump's.
Trump's spiritual advisor. I mean, well, he has a practice of appointing attractive spokeswomen for him. And she does the Pentecostal speaking in tongues. And, I
Oh,
know,
let me see this. Let me look her up here on the phone. Paula
please
White.
do.
Oh, I call the warrior to be awakened in you by the Spirit of God. Oh, got the Instagram app. Oh no, I have no idea who she is.
She's got a Wikipedia entry. I was reading it out to Vincent the other day. Well,
My
recently.
Faith Matters pastors influencing policy with special guests. What is she? Is she a Darbyite? She's a Zionist one? Christian Zionist? What is she?
Well, she's supposed to be Christian, but what Vincent was saying to me about her was that she, instead of using Jesus a lot, she says Hashem a lot, which is interesting, isn't it?
Oh, she's a Zionist then. Okay.
Yes. Well, they all have to be.
Uh-huh.
But I guess she's trying to get the Messianic Jews interested. The Messianic Jews are really Christians who are Jews,
Yeah, I know who
Jews
they
who are
are.
Christians. Yes, I'm
Let's see.
explaining it to people
Uh,
who might not understand.
well, if she's on Instagram, maybe. Oh, Instagram. I was thinking
Her
Telegram.
Wikipedia entry is quite interesting, particularly about her past.
Mm-hmm. Paula
Accused
White.
accused of adultery, and well, I mean, she's obviously a very shrewd businesswoman.
Well, some people make a lot of money. Oh, she's a televangelist. An American
Yes.
televangelist and a proponent. Oh, yeah, there you go. Prosperity theology. Okay, whatever. White became chair of the Evangelical Advisory Board in Donald Trump's administration. Yeah, it's just almost said that her picture looks like a prosperity preacher, but yeah, I'm not into this prosperity evangelical stuff.
Well, it's
It's,
very popular,
it's very
but
popular, very, very
but
popular.
it's very corrupt. If you look at her history, her personal history. But anyway, but the point is, I find it very interesting that all these people who claim to believe in God find it impossible to hypothesize the existence of God, who might not be happy with their behavior. They just find it impossible to even imagine, conceive of God who made all these laws and must be a little annoyed at
Well, that
the
goes
people,
against prosperity preachers. Prosperity preaching does.
as well as Jews and Muslims of all
Catholics used to
denominations.
be like that. Catholics used to talk about it, but they don't. I don't know what they talk about now. But this is a very this idea God wants you happy every minute. So does he? God wants you happy every minute. That's your if you're really 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 good, if you do what you want, you're going to live in big prosperity here in this world. That's what heaven's supposed to have been before. You get to go to heaven after suffering your horrible life down here as a feudal servant or whatever. You know, oh, that Walls International Church in Tampa, Florida. I'll read about her later.
Mhm.
I'll read about her later. Yeah, I'm not into this. So anyway, so you're saying she's his advisor. Yeah, because he would need someone helping him with the evangelicals.
and the blacks.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because it's one of those services where they all stand up and raise their hand, whatever.
Mhm.
And then she goes around touching people, and yeah, it's quite
Yeah, you got
black,
slayed in the spirit. You're slayed in the spirit, and so you. Yeah, that's a.
jumping around and touching people.
It's an experience, Claire. It's an experience. Those kind of
Well,
churches are experience to be in, and people like it.
well, it's like you know that those Christian preachers in Africa. Well, it's the same sort of idea, kind of induced hysteria sort of thing. But then the music is also part of the thing. Um, they go around collecting money. The music sounds good.
Oh yeah,
You
it's
know,
fun. It's fun. Evangelical churches are fun
mm,
if you can get with the program. Believe
yeah.
Jesus is your Lord and Savior, and if you can get with all that, yeah, you have a pretty good time in one of those churches, as long as you don't go against what they're promoting. You'll be all right. Same problem with Muslims, really. If you go to different masjids and stuff, you have to get with the program, or they're going to get mad. Religion's sort of like that,
Hmm.
but I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what was the other thing you wanted to say about?
Well, the thing was, this narrative I think is fairly easy to convey. You know, divine punishment, World War III, evil empire,
But they don't
hypocritical Jews,
believe that.
Christians, and Muslims.
They're not concerned about that. They're not Catholics. You don't have the Catholic guilt. You don't have that. Their idea is that once you accept Jesus, all your sins are gone. Which Muslims believe too. That once you become Muslim, all your sins are wiped out too, and that this is the church. This is your experience.
It's idolatry, it's a mortal sin, plus blasphemy, double mortal
See,
sin. How long?
I really don't know. I really don't know what to say because I never believed Jesus was God when I was a kid. So my problem is I did never had this. I mean, I had the background where I should have thought that, but I didn't. And because I never did, I don't know what these people are thinking exactly that they could believe that. Do you
They don't think
understand?
about it. They don't think about it because, okay, I'm one of those people who go around, oh, you're Catholic. What do you think? Yes, I was one of those crazy people. And it was it. And I spoke to the celebrity Catholic, and he said, we don't talk about things like that. And there was somebody else from a Christian background. It's like we don't talk about whether we believe in God. It's almost rude. How intrusive.
Well,
And I thought,
yeah, I know, but okay, it's like
that's it. But that's how they've gotten away with it.
if you're a kid and you're in a religious family and you just never believed there was a God, you're an atheist, you're not going to have a real understanding of why they believe in one. And in my case, I believe there was God. I just didn't believe Jesus was God, but I liked him. And it wasn't some overthought intellectual thing. I just didn't believe it. Like what were you supposed
Yeah.
to do? So I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know how, I don't know why they believe.
they only pretended it was always lip service because of the horrible, burnt and bloody history of Christianity. You weren't allowed to ask questions. You'd get burnt at the stake if you questioned the
But
divinity
people
of
do believe it, Claire. People do believe it. I mean,
Well, they might know their catechism, and they
no,
maybe
they
say
believe
things
it
like,
in a meaningful way that has a real effect on their life. I
well,
can't
no, no,
pretend
no. The
that's not
thing is,
true.
even if you say Jesus loves you, it's idolatry because if you're saying that Jesus is still alive and can still do stuff for you, you are equating him with God. You are associating.
Now, Muslims believe he's alive, Claire.
Not really.
Yes, they do.
Oh my
Yes, they
God.
do.
No, don't they believe? Okay, maybe that he's in heaven, right?
They
Alive
don't
in
believe that
heaven, but
most
not
Muslims
actually
believe he did
being
not die on
able
the
to
cross.
do stuff for them. Certainly not. Because if you're praying to anyone, you're saying, you're asking them to do stuff for you, right? That's what you're doing when you pray to people who are not God.
No,
That's
I
what you
think
do.
they're asking that person to pray for them.
Well, just pray to God. What? This is also crazy.
Well, it's not any crazier than saying asking someone at the masjid to pray for you. Like, please pray for me. Please pray for my daughter. Please pray for this, because you think their
Yeah,
prayer
yeah,
would help. Nothing wrong.
yeah. But
I'm
if
not
you're
seeing this
alive,
as adultery. I don't see that as idolatry. The
no,
idolatry
asking
part
somebody
is
to pray
saying
for
he's
you is not
God.
idolatry.
Yeah,
But
that is
if you're
crazy.
saying, oh, dear departed father, please do stuff for me, you know, help me, whatever, then it is idolatry. Which is why praying to saints is considered an idolatry by
Oh,
Muslims.
I don't believe that's idolatry. Asking saints, I don't believe that.
Well, I guess you wouldn't, because if you come from a Catholic background, you'd think it was all right to do these things.
It's not even that. That's not idolatry. If you don't believe they're God, it's not idolatry.
Yeah, but you pray there's a patron saints of this and that, and if you lose something, it's Saint Christopher or whatever you pray to.
Oh, I don't know anything about. Yeah, I don't know about that. I
Okay,
mean,
well, I
that's
mean
not
that
something.
was what it was for. It's a kind of division of divinity. It's like, oh, these saints are in charge of whatever, and that other saint is in charge of something else. Don't bother God, just bother the saint and his department of things that he's supposed to be.
Basically Christians
It's
do not
idolatry all
believe.
the way back.
Okay, they do not believe God can be revealed to them except through the person of Jesus.
Yes,
And
and it's
Muslims don't believe
idolatry,
that.
and it has to be
No, that's not
called out.
idolatry. If you're saying he's God, that's idolatry. So they believe that God for them is revealed only through the person of Jesus. Muslims
It's
don't believe that.
idolatry.
Muslims believe it's the entire contemplation of the world God is revealed. That creation both um, obscures and reveals God at the same time. Now, people want to start ranting and raving and arguing over some of these things. That's their problem. But that's what it is how is God revealed to you? Now, for Christians on that level, it's just through the person of Jesus. For some reason,
Yeah,
just
and
Jesus.
it's idolatry.
No, it's idolatry when they say that God is revealed to them through the person of Jesus because Jesus is God. That's idolatry.
Associating partners with God is worse than
Sure, it's a
idolatry.
type of, well, yeah. I mean, if you believe in the Trinity, is not it's not that's a type of, yeah, it's idolatry. Believing that believing something else, something created, something that ran around on earth is God Himself.
Confusing God and his creation is
Yes,
idolatry.
but saying that God is revealed to you, like God is revealed to you through reading the Quran, if God is revealed to you from reading the Bible, somehow God is revealed to you in a way. But to me, the problem is Christians believe that God is revealed only through Jesus and then the Bible, which is to them the big story about Jesus. That God is only revealed in that way. So you can believe in that and not be an idolater. But if you believe that Jesus is God, He put on, He's God, and He put on a. Oh, I remember someone said something horrible, and actually it was a Christian that said He put on a flesh suit, a meat suit. And I mean, if you believe this sort of thing, yeah, that's a form of idolatry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Jews are very strict about it, and you know, I guess they have to be, of all people, very strict about it. You know, they're not allowed to enter churches, but allowed to pray with Muslims in mosques. And I've been told recently that they actually do that in the north of England, anyway.
Do what?
So the Jews pray with Muslims in mosques. I have to ask her
Yeah, they
again
can go
exactly.
do that. Yeah, a lot of Jews think that's okay. They don't want to go pray in a Catholic church.
Yeah, they're
That
not
gets
allowed
them.
to enter them because I remember that there was an ask a rabbi question, which was, you know, I'm going to, you know, my wife and I are going to Venice from America, and we want to visit St. Mark's. Can we go in? We're just going to go on the outside. We won't go in. And I think the rabbi was saying no, no.
Well, I don't know what they're.
But I'm just saying that you know the Jews have, you know, take a more
Well,
a
I think
firmer position against Christian idolatry
if
than
I'm on a
Muslims do.
vacation and I want to go in and go see some church and look at the architecture and look at the art or go to a museum and look at stuff, I don't see that as idolatry.
I don't either. But
Yeah.
anyway, you know, this is just, you know, one of the rules of Judaism, which maybe not everybody is aware of, but, you know,
Well,
but
some
they're very
Muslim
strict.
scholars say that Muslims cannot read a Bible or do any of that stuff.
Well, it doesn't say that in the Quran.
No, it doesn't say that in the Quran, but I'm saying in some Muslims also say the same thing. You're talking about rabbis. I'm saying some Muslim scholars say, yeah, you got no business going in a church. I mean, some of them do say that.
Yes, I suppose they say, well, you know, the places of idolatry, distance yourself from places of sin. You know,
Hmm.
don't go into the red light district, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
they were drawing a bigger boundary between you and this, but I don't know what to say. I'm just not going to believe that Jesus is God, but I like him,
yeah, yeah.
and I
Well,
mean
I
he's a
mean, we know
prophet.
Muslims.
Hmm?
You know, Muslims respect Jesus and also his mother, and all that. Um, and you know, which is a way of saying, you know, to Jews and Christians, come on over. You know, obviously Islam is better than Judaism because it's not so restrictive. And for Christians, you know, it's like, well, you're not supposed to be idolaters, and you can, but if you want to worship God, you can do it correctly, the Muslim way, and get to heaven more easily.
Well,
That
yeah,
sort
they
of,
they said God's not a three, and you're not compelled. You don't have to become a Muslim if you don't want to be. And so try to do good deeds. I mean, try to go to a race and try to create good deeds. Do good in the world. If
yes,
you don't want to get with a full program, at least go do good in the world.
yes.
That's
Any
all.
thoughts on the mystery of the Trinity? About why it had to be that way, I mean.
Why they thought it was a Trinity?
Well, why well, you know about the schism between the Arians and Athanasians, don't you? The
Oh,
Council of
well,
Nicaea.
yeah, I read about that before. I mean, I can't tell you verbatim everything. I think it had to do. I think it had more to do with Christianity um, got rearticulated in Greek culture, and they believed that there were like human gods.
Well, yes, yes. So it was, you know, people of the time didn't have any difficulty believing, you know, God was a bit like Zeus, and those stories of Zeus, you know, coming down, raping, seducing mortal women, and who produced, you know, semi-divine offspring. You know, that was, you know, common currency amongst people of the time. But what I'm talking about is why the Trinity had to be the Trinity, because at the Council of Nicaea, there were the supporters of Arius, Bishop Arius, who said Jesus was a bit divine, he was a son of God, but he's certainly not the co-equal of God, and the Athanasians who said, no, he must be God, and he is co-eternal, co-substantial, and
Coexistence.
co-equal. Yes. So the three things: co-eternal, co-equal, and co-substantial. And that, I think, I think is because they had to. Well, the Christians felt they had to win a theological argument against the Jews, because you can imagine the Jews saying to Christians, "Look, our God of Israel, he's fine. He didn't die. He didn't get crucified. What's this about your Jesus getting crucified? This cock and bull story about, and I think Christians just wouldn't be able to answer convincingly. And recently, on New Year's Day, in fact, I was talking to Judas, and Judas was talking about Christians not celebrating the 31st of December because it's the birthday of Pope Sylvester I. And Pope Sylvester I was credited with kicking the Jews out of Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to kick out Jews from Jerusalem, probably because they wouldn't stop saying that to Christians. There's quite, well, anyway, there's an entry about, the acts of Sylvester. So Sylvester was a pope at the time of Constantine. I mean, there are all kinds of, stories about how wonderful Constantine thought Pope Sylvester was. But, yes, talking about the Pope, whose Latin name is Pontifex, that was the name of the head priest of Rome before Rome Christianized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know all this. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting because really,
No, this stuff's always interesting when you start reading about. I like the movements of people and why people do what they do. When I'm looking at stuff, yeah.
So I think I've solved the mystery of the Trinity, because at the time people just, okay, I spoke to E. Michael Jones and he agreed with me that Arianism was easier to believe than Trinitarianism, i.e. Athanasius, the idea of Athanasius, because, basically Athanasius predicted that this was how Jews would argue against Christians. And he must have thought the only way we can not look silly with mud all over our faces is to say that Jesus is also God, because we can't have him say, oh, he's only the son, but the Abrahamic God is the father, making their God more powerful than the Christian God. And that was why the Trinity had to be imposed. And we have to remember that Constantine himself, well, he only made a deathbed conversion. So he converted to Arianism, I suppose. And his son, Constantine II, was also an Arian. But on the death of Constantine II, in the year 380, the Edict of Thessalonica was passed, and it said that only Trinitarian Christians would be allowed. Any other kind of Christian would be persecuted and prosecuted. And that was how the Trinity became the operating orthodoxy for Christianity. There was a bit of, uncertainty, as you can imagine, because I'm sure a lot of people couldn't quite work out, like, well, why can't we be Aryans? What's the big deal? But if it were explained to them in the way that I have done, then well, they'd have to give up on Christianity. It was all, a game, a theological game to win the argument against Jews.
Well, I don't know. I suppose if you want to analyze this, you'd have to uh, think about it as a made up reason. Like, okay, we're going to make a religion, we're going to make Christianity, and how we're going to make it appease these people and cut these people out, while at the same time, yeah, I don't know. To me, the Trinity thing is just I mean, it solves some problems believing in the Trinity, but why they had it or this thing, I don't know. I think it was a combination of the arguments hadn't gotten to the point that they could explain even what they were trying to say. Like, he's the Father, he's God the Father. I mean, obviously it looks like Jesus is talking to God as a other than himself when he's talking. But then they have him forgiving people's sins, which they say, only God can forgive sins. And so then it just turned into kind of a mess, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know, but it's not to me, it's not a compelling argument, because if you can say that about Jesus, that, you're close. If you could say that about Jesus, you could say that about every single living thing in creation. Why
Saying
would
what
you
about
limit
Jesus?
that he is God at the same time? He's God. Then he operates as he functions as a son, so he's both divine and human. The God man, he's the God man, and his connection with God is like that. But you could say the same thing about everything in creation. Then, to me, I don't think it's a good
Oh, you
argument.
mean
The Trinity.
pantheism? Is that what you mean?
I
That
mean that
that the
you could
universe
say
is God and all that?
why was it limited to just him? How come they didn't have a whole bunch of different ones in different time periods? Why one?
Oh,
Why
sorry.
not have why not
I don't.
have Jesus and George and Larry? And Larry existed 2 centuries before Jesus, and he was the God man for then. And why he comes up in one time in history, leaves, says he's going to put the kingdom on God on earth. Okay, didn't happen. I mean, this doesn't make sense to me. If this could happen once, why didn't God, in all of his infinite mercy, do it a whole bunch of times?
Because he never did it.
Well,
You
I
see,
know
that's the
that,
thing.
Claire. I understand that, but what I'm
Yes.
saying is, to me, the Trinity argument isn't compelling in that way. It's
Well,
not a
it,
compelling
it
argument. It's
goes
not
against
realistic.
reason.
No,
But
it
there
doesn't.
are people who don't care that it goes against reason. They say, oh, but that's one of the mysteries of God. And the thing is, they don't care. They don't care that it's nonsense or illogical. But I'm saying that a religion that doesn't go against reason is the better religion. And Islam
Well,
is,
if you're going to look at religion in that way, then you're going to have to say which one can get the job done for what you want. And what we
yes,
want is a cleaned up politics. So can
yes.
Islam clean this up? If people started believing in Islam, would that clean up? But yeah, I think it would in a lot of ways. Yeah, I think it
Hmm.
would. But it does.
Hmm.
It's not. It doesn't cure everything. I mean, you can see this in a lot of Muslim countries. Just have problems. They broke unity. They have
Well,
problems.
people break their own rules.
Oh yeah, yeah. So this is the thing, but yeah, it makes sense to me that if you have your head screwed on right and you have reasonable rules, and you think God's behind it, that would be, an added enticement to pay attention to these rules if you could believe in God. I mean, I don't think it would work too good with a bunch of atheists. You're atheists, we're going to all go to follow Islam now. Yeah, I can't see them getting on board with it. But to me, it's reasonable. We're going to have, if which one can get the job done. But what I do know is that Christianity can't get the job done in the United States anymore because it got too liberal itself. It got too liberal because they no longer had these more conservative rules to live by, because it's not really required in Christianity. They don't have a list of rules like that. There's no rules like that in Christianity, that you have a list of these things that you have to do, other than the Ten Commandments. And even
Yes,
that
it's
one,
not
they're not.
codified.
No, yeah, they don't have that. But the people used to behave, uh, more conservative, more like
As long
how.
as they practice marriage. And then they stopped in the last 50 years, and this is what we've got.
Oh, those last 50 years, more like since the 60s. Yeah, since the 60s.
Mm.
So 60,
And
70, 80, 91, 10, well, 60s.
that's quite a few generations.
60, yeah. But I mean, that's an extension of not this type of experiment in the United States works better with people who are conservative religiously. They don't all have to be the same religion to be conservative in that way. They
It just
just
needs a
need to think.
government to support marriage and privilege married
Yeah,
parents
these
over
things need to be
non-parents,
supported.
and
They have
now
to
they
be.
won't do that anymore.
No, they
But
won't. No, they won't do it anymore. Your ticket to living on the dole is to not be married. Yeah.
but all these things can be kind of historically revisited and said, obviously, um, America needed a religion, but we have to understand that in the time of the founding fathers, the early Americans were not going to be accepting Islam, and therefore, what
Well,
was
I
left.
mean, you could create that mythos. I mean, people can make any kind of a mythos they want to come up with the ideas, but it's not going to. Oh God, what can I say? It's not going to be. Uh, I don't know what I was going to say. It's not. I guess I'm getting tired.
Yes, I suppose it's getting late here as well, and
It's not that really late here, but I have jet lag from. I just
oh,
got
you
here.
just arrived.
Yeah, I got here a couple days ago, 2 days ago. I'm not on this
Okay,
time frame yet.
yeah,
So
that's
I really don't know what is going to happen here. But if people can't all of a sudden get conservative fast about religion stuff, some way, what's going to happen is economic collapse, and then they're going to get. Then it's going to
then
be.
there will be trouble.
Well, there'll be trouble, but they'll also see the value of sticking together. I mean, do you want
Yes.
to have a big collapse first, or you just want to avoid the collapse? Like, do you want to have the war, or do you want to avoid the war? This kind of thing. So I don't know how to get them to
Repent.
see the value of Islam in this way, because there is no rules in
Well, the thing,
Christianity.
I mean, the good news I can give you is that a few people are kind of thinking, okay, maybe they use secular Quranism as a joke, and it really is the only solution around. And I think in a way, more people are sort of aware of it, and it's one of those, what do people call it? Brain worms or something, mind worms. in that you can't unthink it. So I remember somebody complaining that she wished she could just forget about it, but she couldn't.
Oh
And
yeah, I
so
think you
even
said that
people who hate
before.
it
Yeah.
keep returning to it.
Well, it's definitely much better than the no hide stuff. You know, you're gonna be what, killing everybody for adultery if that actually came into,
Well, the
you
thing is,
know.
the Jews don't want it, and of course, they don't want to be, executing people for idolatry and blasphemy and adultery and sodomy and you know all the other things. And the thing is, it actually, I've been talking to the white nationalists and saying, please just don't go on about the Jews. Trust me to offend the Jews on your behalf. And, it's to sort of say to them, look, the Torah is too hard for you. You can't fulfill the purpose for which you were made God's chosen people. It's too hard. You can't do it. But there is a verse in the Quran that says God will not burden people with a soul with more than it can bear, and acknowledges, that the Torah is, getting a bit much for Jews, and if it's too hard for them, they can, you know, have Judaism light, or if that, Islam is not too. If Islam is too scary, there's secular Quranism. There are all sorts of options that they're still refusing to consider. But I think they kind of get the idea, really, about a theocracy. I don't know if you've heard of Adar Weinreb,
Mm-mm.
who
No.
is a secular Jew. Well, anyway, he did the, what the fuck is secular Quranism, and that's a title which you can still find on YouTube. Um, so I did talk to him for a bit, but um, so that's one secular, Jew who was prepared to consider it. So I'm glad of that. But yeah, I mean, I hope some of it is getting through, and people might just enjoy using it to annoy other people, which you've done so well, really, with your question. Can you think of something better? And they can't. They can't think of anything better. I heard a yawn, so I'll better
No,
make you.
I was kind of breathing.
Yeah,
I I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what the United States people in the United States are going to do, or how they're going to rise up against what our own government is doing to us, because this is not a government that is being directed by the people anymore.
Yes, I mean, look at what they're trying to do to Trump. I mean, they might even try and kill him. They might even succeed, and
Well,
then there will be
yeah, they
chaos.
might. They might. Yeah, they might. Well, that's what I was
So
thinking the other day. Yeah, they might
yeah,
do him in.
yeah, and on the brink. I mean, and there's no one, well, to step into his shoes. I don't know. I like what was him? Is it William McGregor? Douglas McGregor, the Colonel?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been here, Claire.
Oh, well, I mean, he's on Twitter. I mean,
Oh, oh, wait a minute. Oh,
you
I
must
see.
know him. Douglas, I think. Well, he's a retired colonel anyway.
Uh huh. That's who they should
And
run for. That's who
yeah,
they should run for
he'd be
president. Some
yeah. You're not
conservative.
following him?
No, I'm not. I don't have this. I don't have very good internet access. I'm just hitting back here and doing it all again. Really.
Oh,
No,
good.
I don't. The Twitter thing, I read stuff, but I'm not always clear on who's posting. I don't
Mm,
follow their accounts. Like I don't go over and read each one's accounts. I just look at the stuff that shows up in the feed.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Okay, Claire.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming. It's good to
Sure.
talk.
Send me an email from when you're going to talk to David Duke. I'd like to listen to that one.
I actually posted a link to it,
Uh-huh.
but I think you should, it
The,
starts on the 41st minute. You can find it on my Twitter.
that where you're talking, you the one you did already.
Yeah, it's the one I did already, and then there was there was an after party, and well, there was a bit of shouting and stuff, but unfortunately, that was not on the show. Maybe somebody recorded it, and maybe
There was
it,
shouting, yelling and screaming.
well, not me, but him.
He was yelling and screaming
Yes,
at you.
yes.
Oh, at you. He was yelling. David Duke was yelling at Claire. You couldn't get David Duke to go for it. Oh man. Okay.
It would, well, I hope they recorded because it was such good radio, and but anyway, the one you'll hear is quite boring, but okay, there's this thing. This is what they do. He goes on. You ask him a question, and it's a monologue for 5 or 10 minutes. It's just terrible, and you can't stop him. And it's this flow, and I know deep down he's a very kind man, and I just couldn't be rude to him. But anyway, I only managed to slip in 3 questions or something. It wasn't a dialogue at all.
Was this
And
his show?
yeah, he's got it's on what, Talk Free Radio or something every Sunday at Central Time, 7 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, I'd like to listen to him. Okay.
Well, we'll listen in this Sunday, but I mean the thing I was saying is that what they've done in the hope of managing him was saying we're going to give you a beep every 2 minutes, maybe to make him land his plane or something, soon get to the point sooner, and that it kept beeping, but
Whose
but
show
that
was
was before I
this?
came on.
This was his show, or whose show was
Yes,
this?
yes, it's his show.
Uh-huh.
But if you go down my Twitter line, I mean, it was only on Sunday, so if you go, I think I posted it on.
It's not a YouTube show. It's not something that goes on YouTube.
No, but you can find the link on Twitter,
Okay.
and also his website. So you might
I
have
never
on
could
or
get
not.
anything on his website to work.
It's terrible. It's such a bad website. I mean, I tried to email him.
I had to get his book from a used bookstore because I couldn't get the thing ordered.
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks he's doing. I mean, I couldn't email him, and he doesn't seem to be interested in. Maybe there are just too many gatekeepers. But okay, his communication style is not going to exactly work, really. He sort of rhyme of the ancient mariner, if you know what I mean.
No, but I know he talks to Mark Collette.
Yes.
Yeah, talks to him, and
yes, and Mark Collette doesn't like me, and is basically part of the conspiracy to make sure that nobody ever talks about secular Quranism in Britain, but at least, or no known.
I don't. Why don't they?
nationalist
Why
regime.
I don't understand. Why don't they want a bunch of white people to define Islam? It seems to me that would answer their problem at the same time. Why not a bunch of white people? We're going to define Islam. That pretty much pokes a hole in all these that Manchester crowd or that Speaker's Corner nonsense. That puts an end to the dominance of the immigrants. If they just take over Islam themselves in England, they're going to define
Yes,
Islam.
it's so obvious, isn't it?
No, that's really, to me, that's very obvious. Like if you got a big problem, people do it all the time in politics all the time. Somebody else has an idea, so then Kennedy's doing that right now. He gets all those Dr. Shiva's ideas and just starts squawking them for himself. So he acts like it's his idea. Well, that's what people do. And then they deflate it. So if they want to deflate Islam in the West, they can take it over themselves and then deflate it, poke some holes, do whatever they want. I mean, I'm not advocating. I mean, obviously I'm Muslim and stuff, but I can see English people not wanting to live like these immigrants are acting like people are supposed to be behaving like. Nobody wants to be around that kind of behavior. So why not have a bunch of, as we say, namby-pamby, wimpy white people taking it over themselves? I don't know. I would think David Duke would like the idea of doing that, but I guess he doesn't because it's not, considered white heritage, I guess. Hasn't been around long enough to be white heritage and not enough white people anyway.
He's very Christian.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, the problem, because really, I think it was the American Revolution that began the end of belief in the Trinity and ended the age of monarchy. If you think about it, since the French Revolution followed the American Revolution, and well, a bit later there was the Russian Revolution, and also, in 1918, Germany became a republic.
Oh yeah.
So you guys kickstarted the whole thing. You guys are to blame for the end of Christendom.
No, it's the French, Claire. It's the French's fault. The French people did it. They attacked the Catholic Church. It was the French people. Them and their enlightenment and the whole thing. They just didn't want to do it anymore, Claire. The French just didn't want to do it anymore. And then it was like, hey, the Americans really aren't doing it anymore. So let's not do it anymore for sure now. I don't know. Something like that. But we don't want to do it anymore. We're going to talk about it in our salons. We don't want to do this anymore. That bishop's a jerk. We're not listening to him anymore. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. But, it's interfering with, my mistress night. I have the French and Italians are kind of similar in that way. They have the wife night and then the mistress night. This kind of thing. But yeah, I can see that. But yeah, it's like, oh my God, they got a whole country over there not paying attention. This is interesting. Let's put an end to it for here too. Then.
Well, the thing is, they haven't noticed. This new phrase. Well, not that new, I suppose, but post-war, there was this idea of Judeo-Christian heritage of the West, the Judeo-Christian
heritage. That started when I was in elementary school. That did not exist until I was in elementary school. It was a post-war tradition. It was Christian
Christianity.
Christian morals. All of a sudden, it became Judeo-Christian morals. Like, what's that? That was when I was in elementary school. They started talking like that. In the very beginning of elementary school, nobody talked like that. We used to have our Christmas pageant, or not a pageant, but sing Christmas songs. Have the Christmas songs. We don't have to stand up in lines and sing our Christmas songs to our parents night or whatever. This sort of thing. This is a public school. But yeah, it wasn't Judeo-Christian morality. That was pushed by media.
Yeah, I mean to replace the word Christendom, and there should be so many alarm bells ringing. It's like heritage, huh?
Well, that's heritage. It's something that went on for a century and stuff. But okay, it went from Christian morality till today. Nobody even knows what Christian morality is. But we knew what it was when I was a little kid in elementary school. We knew what that meant. We knew there was something wrong, that the lady teacher was always talking to that man teacher in elementary school. And actually, there wasn't anything wrong going on, except it turned out he was someone who was having affairs, but not with her, not with the teacher. Yeah, the
Mhm.
teacher. But we just kind of like, I remember that one because my mom was really amazed because he seemed like such a wimpy guy to her. You know, she
Mhm.
just she wouldn't have been impressed by an elementary school teacher that was a man. But yeah, everybody knew what Christian morality was then, but nobody knows what it is now. What is it? That's the problem. Nobody knows what it is. They don't have a defined morality. It was
Well,
just
I mean,
all
the
the
whole
Christians
point.
had these same morals back then. They had the same morals back then. They don't now.
Well, I suppose the whole point of Christianity was to support the divine right of kings, and as long as the government was being sensible and supported marriage, things held together. But once they threw that
Well,
out,
yeah, you had to hold that to keep control of the land
mm,
for marriage. You had to have, the mistresses and stuff. Those kids didn't inherit anything. You're keeping land intact, and you're keeping the upper class upper class. The
yeah,
church is used for
monogamy
that.
and primogeniture.
And who's going to believe you're supposed to follow this king anyway, unless they got some story about, anointed by God. He is anointed by God to be your leader. And in case you don't believe he's anointed by God, we're going to have a ceremony where we do the anointing, and you know that he's anointed by God.
Hmm.
It's a powerful thing to be telling people.
Well, it's showmanship.
And by the way, you're all starving to death, and the church is going to give you some bread. So you can come over on Tuesdays, pick up your free bread here, you starving people. And you don't want to say anything mean to us, or you won't get your bread anymore. There's a lot of cruelty going on, a lot of
Yeah, and
control.
confession.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
what was like it,
You
it,
know,
it was so
Claire,
the state could keep tabs on you and your
Claire, some guy
friends.
came on here and then he left. I think he wanted to talk to you. I don't know
I,
who
I
it.
don't think so. I realise what his name was, even though it wasn't quite complete.
What was it?
Peter North, Cumsh. Oh, it was just some pornographic reference
Oh, is that
about.
what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not up on the porn, Claire.
Mhm. Just as well.
Yeah, they got creative with the names. I think some of the Twitter names I think are actually bad words in other languages. But okay, I gotta go because I'm really tired now. So, all
Thanks for
right.
coming. Good to
Assalamu alaikum.
talk.
Bye, everybody. Okay, so I'll look at your link. Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Bye. Assalamu alaikum.